should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better.
Hey y'all, hold on just a minute. Sorry. This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey y'all, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here this Saturday. I'm so glad y'all are spending your Saturday with me. I decided to come early because we got quite a few things to discuss. So I wanted to go ahead and come live so that we could discuss it. Y'all, I got some tea and I try not to be messing with drama, but these streams that I have, they answered the questions that we needed answered. And I went over there, I left a comment. I said, "Hey, I would love to talk to you. I don't know who you are. I've never seen you guys before. I have, but I don't know much about the Summer Wells case." I said, "I would love to talk to you and ask some questions about this property and how Fred knows him." I said, "You could answer questions for him. I don't have to talk to him. I don't know how to message him. I don't know how to reach him." Like, I didn't even have to be my panel. It could have been her panel. I didn't give a fuck. She can email me. It doesn't matter. I was asking for questions, didn't get no response back. So she went on a panel, showed her whole entire motherfucking ass last night. And so we're going to review it because that's the only place I can get the answers to the questions that I tried to politely ask for before. And we're going to see her response to that stream and all that stuff. I put my banner that says drama stream mind your manners because it's kind of drama related, even though I don't like to fuck with drama. I don't know. I put that up there because it is what it is. Lala, good to see you. Snarky Pants. Shelby, thank you for being the 15 thumbs up. Hannah UK, good to see you. Orange Rose, True Crime Butterfly, good to see you. Salty Sleuth, it's good to see you. Heather Taylor, good to see you. Forrest, it's good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. I greatly appreciate y'all so very much. Pointer Lover and Miss King of Anything, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Well, Lola said Ernie, he's a mess, but I think he does have some good information. That's where we're going today. That's where we're going. Okay, so I do have good news kind of on several fronts. We're gonna go Ernie and all of that's gonna be kind of our last stop. We got 2 stops to make on the speculation station train before we go there. Ruth Ann, good to see you. First stop on our train this here day. Yesterday afternoon, I finally got a small 15-second video back from one of my FOIA requests. And to be honest with you, I have been waiting for so damn long for these videos, these FOIA requests that I paid for, that I didn't even know which one it was. So I'm going to show y'all the email I got. Maybe I'm going to show you. I don't know. If it has my name, I'm not going to show you. Okay. It doesn't. So this is what I got, and I downloaded the video, and all I heard was 15 seconds, and I said, "Holy shit." So it reads, "To whom it may concern, we have started your video footage request. The footage can be viewed by clicking the link below. We will continue to add videos until the request is complete." Okay. So I was like, what case is this? What? Because I've sent out several, as I told y'all a while back, I requested several video files on several different cases, and this is what I got. Let me pull it up for y'all. Hold on. It's a 15-second clip. I'm going to play it a couple of times. There's something very important in it that made me say, holy motherfucking shit. And good to see you. Karen, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I like to think I don't do drama, but I'm here for it when it goes down. I do enjoy hearing about it, but I stay out of it. That's kind of where I'm at with it too. This doesn't involve me necessarily. What am I doing? This is what I'm doing. So, I don't know. Gives me the answers I've been so desperately seeking. Rachel, good to see you. Okay, so this is going to be a 15-second clip. Listen very carefully. I'm going to play it a couple of times. It's going to throw you back a second. All right, let me mute and play this. Did you hear what that baby just said? Listen to what the child says. Kim, good to see you. This is the only video footage that they put in there thus far. That I think they just started working on it Friday afternoon, so I should have more files back soon, I hope. But listen to what the child says at the end. Listen very closely. Oh, hold on. Let me try it a different way. My bad. I didn't know y'all couldn't hear it. Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to share it a different way.
Okay. Sorry, this is Detective Smansky again with. And are you able to tell me who's in this picture?
That's Erica Dogan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye.
I remember that guy. He helps my friend.
Did y'all hear what that baby said? Do you got sound now? Heather, Carby Bar, good to see y'all. And thank you guys for letting me know. My thing was covered up. Psychic Amelia, good to see you. Did y'all have sound that time? It's a short clip. I'm going to play it again. He helps my friend. It's right before that. Listen to what that baby says right before she says, he helps. She says something that threw me back. I had to listen a couple of times. I was like, did she just say what I think she said? I'm going to play it again.
Okay. Sorry, this is Detective Smansky again with. And are you able to tell me who's in this picture?
That's Erica Dogan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye.
I remember that guy. He helps my friend.
That baby said, I married that guy. I married that guy. He helps my friend. What? What?
What the fuck, y'all? God damn! God damn! God damn!
What the fuck? Look at the guy in the picture.
Okay. Sorry, this is Detective Smansky again with. And are you able to tell me who's in this picture?
That's Erica Dogan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye.
I remember that guy. He helps my friend.
I swear to God, I don't know. It sounds to me like she says I married that guy. I remember that guy. I hope to God she's saying I remember that guy and I'm wrong. I'll play it one more time.
Okay. Sorry, this is Detective Smansky again with. And are you able to tell me who's in this picture?
That's Erica Dogan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye.
I remember that guy. He helps my friend.
I swear to God, it sounds like she's saying I married that guy. He helps my friend. I hope it's I remember that guy. I hope to God it's I remember that guy and not I married that guy. But this case is about a child that was hurt by a man. Eric Dogan hurt a child, or attempted to at least. I remember that guy. Y'all are saying I remember that guy. I hope to God that's what it said. Exquisite, good to see you. And Opal, good to see you. I remember that guy. He helps my friend, or he has my friend. I remember that guy. Okay. I hope to God that's what it says. I'm gonna get more information as soon as they drop it. So that was all they sent me so far. All right. So now that I played that for you, that's all I have right now. See, I wear headphones, and Kim said that I put my headphones in, and she says what I was thinking. She said, "I remember that guy." Okay, I don't know. It's either I remember or I married. Betsy Sue, good to see you. Could be helps, not sure. See, she's a little wet mouth. She is. She is. All right, I'll play it one more time, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Sorry, this is Detective Smansky again with. And are you able to tell me who's in this picture?
That's Erica Dogan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Bye.
I remember that guy. He helps my friend.
Sounds to me like she says, I married that guy. He helps my friend. I don't think it's has my friend, but it could be. I think it's helps my friend. Lisa, good to see you. I remember that guy. He helps my friend. Maybe. I hope to God that's what it is. I really do. Okay. Wait a minute. I forgot that I have to share it. I share it a different way when I do videos from my computer. I remember that guy. He helped my friend. I hope to God that's what it is. I really do. All right, so we are going to talk about. We're going to X this so I can get my timestamp. 16. We're going to talk about everything that we've been discussing so far. Fred Hill, the property that was searched. The family that owns the property has put out a statement, and to get that, we're going to jump over to Michele after dark. Hello from Texas, or hello to Texas from North Carolina. It's good to see you. Doesn't really sound like friend to me, though. It sounds like Fred. Interesting. Has or helps is a big difference. It sounds like helps to me. But I don't know. Hopefully, I'll get more back on it Monday, and then we'll be able to see what else, what other body cams and what other information goes with that we can break down. I don't know. Locals are defending the property owner. That's what I've heard. And so we're gonna go over this statement. I have not watched this one. I did look into the stuff that I wanted to talk about with you guys. But to go into what I've been saying, we've looked up the property records, and the property records, it belongs to Fred Hill. Hold on, I'll pull it up again. Greenville, Tennessee. Hold on, it wants me to log in. This is 3510. It's pulling up 3510, not 3537, and that's the Comptons. They're going to come up. This Compton group. Hold on. Sometimes it likes to put my information when I try to type in Fred Hill. No, Paul Hill. Greenville, Tennessee. Okay, I'm going to pull it up so you guys can see it. So anyway, we found this property, 3875 Van Hill Road, and we've looked into it, and a Paul Hill and a Joseph Hill came up. I think it's maybe this one. Let's see. We looked it up, and we got the property address. Oh, this ain't it. Okay, I'm going to do it by doing the address. 3537. Um, 3537 Van Hill Road, Greenville, Tennessee. It comes up under, yeah, Paul Hill right there. Okay, Paul Hill. We have been looking into this property for a couple of days. There's also a property up the road that could have possibly been searched from what we've heard. That is 30 in the 34 something. But the official statement from the TBI said the 3500 block. So we pretty much zoned in on this property. That made me say, okay, there's somebody with the last name Hill that is involved in this case and on YouTube. Who is that? So we spent a day going through that, and then we found Fred Hill, who has married this person named Ziggy, on YouTube. That night, I put a comment under Ziggy's video because I tried to reach out, email, or any other way. I didn't know how. So I put a comment and I said, hi, I am trying to understand the Summer Wells case. I'm trying to understand the raid that just happened. And I would love to talk to you and Fred. And I said, not necessarily Fred. I would like to ask some questions about the, like, do you know these people? What is the family like? What's going on with the logging business and all of that? And it would be great if maybe you could ask him some questions and maybe you could tell me the answers or something. And I gave my email. I didn't ever say I want y'all to come up on my panel. I didn't ever say I will not come on your panel. I didn't ever say that you can't contact me through email. Well, allegedly speculating over here, who the fuck's that and why the fuck do we care, is the way a lot of people look at it. So I don't give a fuck. Don't care who the fuck I am, and don't respond to me if you did see it, but that's on you. Now you done go on and showed your entire damn ass on the YouTubes, and so that has the answers I politely asked for in the comment section, and so that's where I'm going to go to get my damn answers. So I mean, it is what it is at this point. That is the property that everybody thinks is searched. There was rumors that there was pigs there. I have heard that it was once a pig farm. There is also a logging business, it appears. The name of the logging business, more than likely, allegedly, is it's on the other one, Joseph Hill. It's Hill Logging or something to that effect. This is the property, and it's owned by Paul Hill. Now, Paul Hill allegedly is a preacher in his 70s or 80s. We have questioned from the beginning if it's related to Fred, as in, could Fred have said, hey, uncle, cousin, brother, sisters, mother, whatever, I've got some things I need to take over there. Can I bring some things over there? And then the person who owns this property might have said, yeah, sure, if we're just speculating. And then Fred Hill took something, anything to do with Summer Wells, her body, anything, and put it on that property where he felt like nobody would find it. That's been the question that I've been asking. Salty Sleuth said pigs were kept at the property, on the property at one point, but it's not uncommon. Yes. Dandy, good to see you. Good to see you. I hope y'all are all having a good weekend too. Now, the family that owns the property has released a statement, and that was put out by Michele After Dark. We're going to come over here to Michele After Dark. I will put her in the description box after we hang out today, and I will let you know. I mean, that way you can get the video. Cara said, whatever happened with that weird church guy that took the brother to the party when Summer was first reported missing? I have no idea. I haven't heard about that. Lorianne, good to see you. There are still hogs on the property. Okay. She acted a little unhinged. She interviewed Fred and ended up marrying the guy. Yeah. Robin, good to see you. They still don't know who this Paul is. Yes, it is. It is about 9.5 miles from Summer's home on Ben Hill Road. So this is the Summer Wells case. This has some information about what the family has said. Okay.
And the case of missing then 5-year-old Summer Moon Utah Wells, who was reported missing on June 15th, 2021, last seen by her brothers outside the basement door that afternoon. And who knows what happened next. The majority of people who've followed this case in the 4.5 years since Summer went missing think that the parents, Don and Candice Wells, had something to do with it. However, on November 13th this year, locals saw up to 15, according to one person, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office cars parked along Van Hill Road.
Okay, this comment section says, where I said I saw like 15 Hawkins County Sheriff's cars. Somebody said, was they at someone's home or an open field? I pray they find this baby.
Hawkins County Sheriff's Office cars parked along Van Hill Road, which is 9.5 miles away from Summer's house. And a few days later, the news broke in the media that there had been a search of a particular property in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. Again, this is 9.5 miles away from Summer's home. Looking at a map, it became obvious that there's only one property in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. We've been covering.
So again, when we came over here and we said, all right, where's the 3500 block of Van Hill Road? This is the only property that's in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road, 3537. Now, yesterday when we were looking, this popped up, 3510. But I've not found a house located to that. I'm going to do a property search real quick for 3510 and see what I think that might be where we got the Compton. I'll do that while we listen to Michele After Dark. I need to go over here. It said play.
been covering it on this channel over the last few days. And then Kristen Kwan, a reporter from WCYB, confirmed the property in question was indeed the one owned by the elderly man, Paul Hill. Paul Hill is in his 80s. I don't think.
So, Kristen from WCYB, which is a news station. My geese are going off. We're going to read her statement real quick. When I put that in, this is what came up. There's no results. There's nothing. Resident history is the Comptons, and that's where we got the Compton information at. So we knew that when we found 3510 yesterday, we did look at that, and that's where the Comptons come from. That's going to be important. And then the other one is owned by Paul Hill. Now, Michele After Dark is saying that she has this, which is from a well-known person, a news anchor in the local area. And it reads, the TBI continues to investigate the disappearance of Summer Wells, who went missing from her Hawkins County home in June of 2021. Despite extensive searches, the Amber Alert for Summer is still active. On November 13th, investigators with the TBI followed up on a lead in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road, about 9.8 miles from Summer's family home on Ben Hill Road. We went by there today, and neighbors tell me they saw agents at 3537 Van Hill Road. According to Tennessee property records, the property is on the Hawkins County-Greene County line and is registered to Paul Hill, covering 27 acres and purchased in 1994. So basically, they went over here to where we had been looking up all that information for the past 4 or 5 days. They got it and they put it on their page, but they do have information about it being specifically 3537, which is what we need. It also states authorities continue to ask anyone with information to contact the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Reminder, no one, including authorities, have named anyone as a suspect.
I don't think anybody's suggesting that Paul Hill has murdered Summer. There are a whole bunch of locals up in arms about the fact.
I don't think Paul Hill did anything to Summer either. I think that somebody might have put Summer or something having to do with her disappearance on Paul Hill's property. I've never thought that an 80-year-old man or this man, Paul Hill, had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. The whole time that we have been talking about it, we have been asking, could Fred Hill have placed Summer there? Chow gifted 5 speculation station memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to be doing a members only video in the next couple of days because we finished our Thanksgiving shopping, and there is this thing that I like to make at Thanksgiving. We tried it for the first time last year, and I'm going to make that, and that's going to be a members video, so be on the lookout for that. Those memberships went to Rhonda, Oh My Lanta, me, Nimmy Saint, the Birds, and Kimberly Porter 9555. If you were gifted from Chow and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Chow thank you. Thank you so much, Chow, for gifting those memberships. That was so very sweet of you. I will grab the crazy train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. I apologize about the chickens. Evidently, one might be laying an egg. So thank you again, Chow. I'll grab that Speculation Station train. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, my Lanta says Ziggy made her name on YouTube by bringing out fake CPS reports on the Wells family, then showed burned bones, claiming they could be Summer. Then she begged for one of the puppies of Summer's dog. So I have heard that she has like one of their dogs or something. Then she married Fred Hill, who has not been cleared, while constantly putting out Fred's unverified thoughts and accusations. Wow. UTD, good to see you. Anybody coming in, good to see you. That's fucked up.
That Paul Hill has been named by WCYB. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to look at some of the things that locals have said in support of Paul Hill, and we're going to consider some other possibilities. So let's go. Before we get into the video, can I just ask, if you are not yet subscribed, please do so. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the...
So yeah, she is trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. If you guys don't mind, please give her a subscribe. Robin, thank you for becoming a member. I greatly appreciate you doing that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Robert.
I'm going off the rails on a crazy train.
I said Robert, and I meant Robin. Thank you so much. I should remember that was my stepmother's name. There's a channel called Lippy that did a great overview of Ziggy and her fuck shit. Let me write that down. I know Six Up Media does, and I know who Six Up Media is. I need to look into their videos too. Lippy. I think I've watched a couple of Lippy's videos too, because y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I do be watching stuff in the drama community. Okay. So she's got it appears to be posts I probably could go find on Facebook. I didn't have enough time to look into this, but I'm just gonna let her explain it because Michelle After Dark does a good job with this.
That people are engaging with the video and share my videos. And then maybe people who've never come across my channel before will find it. All right, without further ado. So these are some of the comments under Christine Kwan's post. There are some.
I don't agree with okay, as somebody who used to read tarot cards and do all the things, the fact that you're using spirit boxes, dowsing rods, and all of the things to contact Summer Wells when she's not been declared deceased is not acceptable in my opinion, because people will watch that and they'll be like, "How did you die?" And it'll be like, "Water, well, she fell down a well in the water," and then nobody's looking for her. People who actually believe that would stop looking for her, which is unacceptable. Okay. So this reads, let's not jump to conclusions, folks. Innocent until proven guilty is more than just a phrase, it's a fundamental right. Paul and his wife are amazing people and amazing souls that have done so much for the community. For many, they have fed, clothed, housed, and cared for. They would both go above and beyond for anyone. To think our justice system decides to tear a man's life upside down and now put his family's life in harm because of some other family member who is pissed and wants to destroy him. If this quote person, which I'm going to assume they're meaning Fred, unquote, knew all the details and specific information, why did they wait for 4.5 years? Why did they not come forward? What did the other family members, it says, what did the other family members not come forward? I think it was supposed to be why. Why did this person not be investigated? Maybe their conscience is starting to eat them alive, which it should, but instead of being held accountable, they want to blame others, believe their own actions are catching up to them. One thing I do know, if anything happens to Mr. Hill and his family,
so many people in these comments who are supporting Paul Hill. I don't think personally.
She didn't show the bottom part of it. Again, I reiterate that I think it all has to do very much with Fred Hill, not Paul Hill, because again, Fred Hill lived beside Summer Wells. So, and Fred Hill has long been a suspect in the case, suspected by the community. I don't know if he's a suspect per law enforcement, but I know that Don Wells wanted to go see him, went over and talked to him, said that it could be related to him or people he had over at the house when he was doing substances or making substances. That's all alleged and speculatory. I think that being that it's family and it's an 80-year-old man, it's very likely, if we're going to speculate, that something or someone could have been taken over there and buried or whatnot. Salty Sleuth said, people playing with spirit box. Spirit doesn't talk to just any old person, right? Not a good spirit anyway. Exactly. You've got to be gifted to do stuff like I don't, yeah, there's so much. I don't fuck with that shit.
That Paul Hill murdered Summer, and I don't think anyone is suggesting that in the media, but it is a fact and it's publicly available information. The TBI have released the fact that this property is in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road, and it's in the public domain. It's in Tennessee property records who owns that property in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. So I don't think
I don't know much about Donna Serafita and that. I've only heard bad things, but I haven't looked for myself. I'm going to skip it ahead to the next comment so we can move on.
But let's not jump the gun here. All right. I think this is what people are getting at. So someone called Harry says, Paul and his wife are amazing people, amazing souls that have done so much for this community. For many, they are fed, clothed, housed and cared for. They will go above and beyond for anyone. To think our justice system decides to tear a man's life upside down and now put his family's life in harm because of some other family member who is pissed and wants to destroy him. Really? That's the first I've heard about somebody trying to destroy Paul Hill.
Why would Fred Hill want to destroy Paul Hill? What's that about?
By sending law enforcement after him, whether that's just an assumption from this poster or whether that's possibly true. If this person knew all these details and specific information, why did they wait for 4.5 years? Why did they not come forward? What?
Now, that's going to play an important role because it's going to be alleged when we go over the other videos that I have that that Fred Hill and Ziggy could have made this new lead, this new tip. They could have called it in. And then last night, after we see what happened last night, we find out, or you will find out, that Ziggy made a tip last night. She called in a lead last night. So we know for sure she called in one last night. It's speculated that they could have called in the lead that led them to Van Hill Road, which if you put all of that information together, if she did call in the lead that led to this property on Van Hill Road, her and Fred, if one of them called in this lead, and then we're at Paul Hill's house, which is an 80-year-old man who this person say so good in community, all of that, and that the person who called in the tip wants them destroyed. It makes you have to question, why would Fred Hill want Paul Hill destroyed? Why would he want to destroy his name? Why would he want to make him look like this? And if you've had this information or you thought this person could have been related, why did you wait 4.5 years to call the tip in? That's going to make me again go back to my first theory. Did Fred Hill call his family and say, hey, look, I want to drop something off of your property. I want to put something in your storage unit, whatever. And the guy and Paul Hill say, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then Fred Hill took something nefarious over there. I don't know. Somebody says that Ziggy and Fred called in the tip, but I don't know. But if we go with that, right, and it says like this person, okay. Like, okay, to think our justice system decides to tear a man's life down and now put his family's life in harm because some other family member who is pissed and wants to destroy him. If we go with the theory that's going to be circulated that you're going to hear about in a minute, that Fred Hill is the one that called this tip in, then it fits. The other family member who is pissed and wants to destroy him, the other family member, speculatory only, being Fred Hill. Why is Fred Hill pissed off at Paul Hill and wants to destroy him? It continues, if this person, we're going to speculate that that person in quotation marks is going to be Fred. If Fred knew all these details and specific information, why did Fred wait 4.5 years? Why did Fred not come forward? Why did the other family members in the Hill family not come forward? Why did Fred not be investigated? Maybe Fred's conscience is starting to eat him alive, which it should, but instead of being held accountable, Fred wants to blame others. That's me speculating that they're referring to Fred and putting it in. She's going to read to you what it actually says. Fred Hill's second cousin, from what I've heard. Okay. Yeah, you do still need that's it right there, Salty. You still need a strong probable cause to conduct a search. When they got this tip, they had to go to a judge and say, look, we want to raid this property. And the judge is going to say, okay, why do you want to raid the property and what information do you have? If this family gets mad and wants to pursue a lawsuit against us, we've got to have enough evidence to say there is a reason to believe that Summer Wells could be here or something related to Summer Wells. We've got to have enough of a probable cause to raid this property. What information was that? I don't know. Paul Hill is Fred Hill's uncle. Yep. Connie, Karen, good to see you. I'm sorry. I'm just going fast today. I see you, sweetheart, and I'm sorry. Fred Hill is suspected, or people think he had something to do with it.
I think that should be why. Did the other family members not come forward? Why did this person not be investigated? Maybe their conscience is starting to eat them alive, which it should. But instead of being held accountable, they want to blame others. Believe their own actions are catching up with them. One thing I do know, if anything happens to Mr. Hill and his family, be ready for a fight on your hands. He will have an army to back him and stand at his side to defend his innocence. All we can do is to hope and pray for summer. So
the people in the community are upset because they're going on this Paul Hill's property and they know that Paul Hill is a good person. I think that if there is something on Paul Hill's property, that Fred Hill put it there. That's just my speculation.
that is pretty strong. That is strong. Again, no one is suggesting that Paul Hill murdered and then buried Summer's remains on his property. I'm certainly not suggesting that. I've said again and again in videos.
Okay, this is supposed to have a statement from the family. I'm going to skip to the next statement and see what that says.
Area either on June 14th, the day before Summer disappeared, or June 15th.
You don't think he had anything to
has
do
never
with
been
it?
found.
Paul or Fred?
Here's another person who's standing by the hills. I'm going to say this: everyone in this community is standing by this couple. I've known them all my life, and they have never been nothing but good to people and helped everyone that needed help. I can say this: if anyone needed anything, we could go to them and they would help. I'm getting sick of people posting his home and pictures where he lives. They are elderly, they aren't in good health, and they don't need this, all because they got a tip. I understand following up on it, but people don't know, the community and the people that live here don't know how this has affected them. I will stand on this. He has nothing to do with this. And just because that nephew of his has the same last name, don't mean squat. It's all because of the last name.
Okay, so Fred Hill is the nephew, and I was listening to somebody talk about this situation earlier, and like that person said, unfortunately, when people hear that there was a tip in a case that's 4.5 years old, we're going to look at the property, we're going to try to figure out who it is. I reiterate, underline, bold, and italicized and red that I never thought that this person, Paul Hill, did anything to Summer Wells. It's his property. Hey, Karen, good to see you. How about Hank and Bobby Hill? Were they involved too? I don't know, Tom. Good question. I don't know all the players yet. I'm kind of learning. Earnie Shell has also inserted himself into the case and family, causing more chaos than helping. If that's Earnie you spoke of, the person I'm going to get the information from is Earnie. Y'all will have to let me know some background on him.
Okay, now the nephew that she's referring to is 7 and 207. And Fred has said a lot and conflicting stories about Summer's disappearance.
Now, since last night, I've heard there's specifically 8 different stories that Fred has given. That don't look good at all. I said play.
Trish says, amen. They need to make Fred come back since they let him leave Tennessee and move out of state. He was a suspect. Why did they let him leave? Especially since he has blamed everyone. This makes me so mad. We know Paul personally, and yes, they are barking up the wrong tree here.
Okay, so that refers to this cotton person or something that could be deceased that Fred Hill blames. This one, or she's still talking about this person before that said, I completely agree with you. This happens to lots of cases being discussed on social media platforms, especially YouTube. People will post and say anything. It's disgusting. Even if people stop posting about the location, it's public record. I agree with you 100%, though. It's sad. It is, but I mean, it's public record, and people are going to be wanting to know the location and everything. I don't think that chastising this man specifically is good until we have more information. I think that it has to do more with Fred, his nephew. This says, I've seen all these comments about this couple and how good they are, but the sad fact is I'm wondering if somebody moved Summer's body on their property later without their knowledge. They do that stuff sometimes. You read it all the time. I pray. See, this person is on the same page as me.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
I think somebody moved her on that property without Paul's knowledge. I pray to God they don't find anything, but then at the same time, I want her found so she can be laid to rest if they have done something to her. This person responded, you are right. Known that family all our lives. Good people. This says, I've known Paul for 40 years or longer. They are barking up the wrong tree. You will never find better people than that family. Amen. Is it possible that local riffraff did something on his property without his knowledge? Great question. A breakthrough after all this time is a blessing. Whoever gave that lead to law enforcement, thank you from the bottom of my heart. They say the people living at this address are good folks. That may be the case, but it certainly doesn't prevent a family members using the property for criminal activity. Exactly. Though if any family knew of this activity, then they are just as bad as the criminals simply for not reporting it, which makes people accessory after the fact. Who's the man they've been posting? I just want to hear Summer's been found. She deserves to be at peace. This says, by the looks of all the comments, the older gentleman and his wife are good and caring people, so much that they help people in their community, whether it's food, help with housing, they can provide and give. I can see people like this being taken advantage of. Owning property doesn't make you guilty of the disappearance of a child. If anything, someone perhaps used the property to cover their involvement. Stop and think no one would bother these people because they are good people. It's utter bullshit to plaster their name and address all over social media just so people can play detective. I pray the neighbors of these folks show some support and protection for their well-being. If a family member is doing this to them, someone needs to step up and protect the couple. And I think, like I've said many times, it has to do with the nephew, and he needs to say something. Rex Mitchell said, I hope they find her and get the person that's responsible. Prayers for a safe return. Prayers. What is this? The parent story doesn't go together or line up. If you look on Google Maps, they have a red truck in their own drive behind their house. Summer went in the house. Ma something said she'd be back in 2 minutes and immediately asked where Summer Wells was. Dad said he wasn't home but came back in a while. My own assumption is the boys were in the house so they didn't see what happened. Summer went out the basement door where they keep their red truck, people claim to have seen. Ma and Pa had a transaction or decision made about Summer in those 2 minutes. And then Ma came back in acting like she didn't know what happened. Then Pa came back after he took Summer somewhere, but had to go this she first had to go this she first to put up any tools he had used while gone. My other assumption is they know what happened and paid off a debt with Summer in those 2 minutes outside the house, knowing what they did and had to make something. I don't think Dawn and Candace are involved. This reads, the search happened on Thursday the 13th. In this report is now Thursday the 20th. Where is Paul? At home. If the search would have revealed anything, he'd be in custody today, but he's not. Quit slandering a good man and woman's name when everyone's just guessing about things. Leave the detective work to the detectives and pray over this horrific situation. Ask any of the locals what kind of people they are. P.S. I know that he was at the church I pastor this Sunday morning and was even praying for the people that was slandering him. Wow. And then she talks about Michael Monkey Vaughn. I have to fix my thing because somebody had said that it was the family who spoke out, so I'll fix my thumbnail. 27 acres. Hey Edith, good to see you. Those King of the Hill guys are always up to something. Right? Okay. I think something happened on the Wells property and they hid it. Hey, daydreaming. Yeah, we're talking about some things that happened last night, evidently. All right, so this is Michele After Dark. She continues to talk about Michael, I do believe. Hold on. What does this say? This goes back into summer. There could just be evidence on this property. I don't think anyone's suggesting these people are involved, but the location should not have been released because people go crazy. Now these poor people will be harassed. To be fair, the TBI put out the 3500 block of Van Hill Road, and there's been one address on the 3500 block on Van Hill Road that everybody's looked up, and it's this address. And when people hear that it's related to Fred, who has come on the internet and lied several times and is a suspect, allegedly, then people are going to look into them. I don't think the property owner has anything to do with it. I think it's Fred. This continues. Does the owner of the land have any connection to the Wells family? And then this person said no, other than they live 9.5 miles apart. The connection is that Fred lives next door to the Summer Wells family and that he could have put something on the property. This says, okay, here we go. This is from the family. Paul is my Paul's brother, goes to church with us a lot. He's a wonderful human being. He got saved in the barn behind his house in 2008. I'm 100% satisfied that he had nothing to do with this. I pray people don't jump to conclusions and pester him about this. This person said Brad Hill Paul is an amazing man. Oh, they're responding to Brad Hill and said Paul is an amazing man. They are barking up the wrong tree. They need to make Fred come back to Tennessee. He's been a suspect since day one. Now they let him move out of state. That's bullshit. Couldn't ask for better people than Paul and his wife. The community has had his back because we know him. They're just going on rumors and addictioning their bullshit as they go. Leave Paul alone. It's not him. So that's going to be the statement from the family. The statement comes from Brad Hill, who said that Paul is my Paul's brother, goes to church with us a lot. He's a wonderful human being. He got saved in the barn behind his house in 2008. I'm 100% satisfied that he had nothing to do with this. I pray people don't jump to conclusions and pester him about this. I do want to ask that nobody contact the family, ask them any questions specifically. Again, I think everybody's on the same page as it's not Paul, it's Fred. Ziggy lives in Indiana. Thank you for that. Following along in Connie's notebook on the case. Thank you for that, Karen. I appreciate that because you've given me a couple of things that are pretty interesting. Okay, we read that. Fred. Somebody said Fred. Fred Hill, Paul's nephew. They let him leave the state. He's been a suspect since day one. The difference between the two, Paul is a God-fearing man. Fred is a junkie. Okay, again, I don't care if this man is a suspect in the case. Unless you saw him using substances right now, today, then you shouldn't be calling him a junkie today. Kim Baston's he's a relative of this man, a brother, I think. Not sure on the exact relation. He lived nearby. Interesting. Okay, we read that. No, it seems to go up. Okay. What is his link to Summer? What makes him a suspect? Fred hung out at the Wells all the time. His uncle Paul had nothing to do with any of them, including his nephew Fred, because of the drug situation that came with Fred and the Wells. Somebody said, "Oh, wow." And then someone said, something people don't, I hope people don't target Paul for this. And that's all she's got on it. So we did get to hear what the family said, and the family basically said, please leave Paul alone. Good to see you, Indy. Everybody in here, thank you all for being here. All right, now we're going to go to where, so evidently she talked to this person named Earnie. I don't know much about Earnie. I don't know this situation. I'm trying to come into this situation just like the Michael Monkey Vaughn case without knowing all of the backstory. I'm trying to learn it with you guys so we can kind of figure out and get caught up together. I saw somebody doing a video this morning reviewing where Ziggy went up on this panel and showed her entire ass. Evidently, they were supposed to go up there. They were talking. They were wanting to talk to Fred. I had messaged Ziggy and asked if I could talk to her, if she could email me, and maybe if she could ask Fred some questions and she could give me the answers. I'm just trying to learn the case. You know what I mean? But she came up on this panel, and this is what happened. This is going to be, I just shared the link, Unlock Your Reality. It's called dedication. I think that's dedication, but I misspelled it like 6 times looking for the stream. In the Summer Wells case, happened streamed live 14 hours ago. I shared the link. You guys can like and subscribe if you want to. It's right. This is right before she comes up. No, it's not. I need to go ahead a little bit. We're going to go to right here. I want us to get a little bit before she goes up. So this is what, about 5 minutes before she goes up. We'll go. Okay. No, we need to go about 5 minutes. We'll go to 35:06. She's going to come up at about 40. So about 5 minutes. This is called Lightning Tiger. I think this is that person named Earnie. And then this is BK. I'm going to assume this is Benny Keys. Both players I've heard of, but don't know much about. Hey, House Brio. Good to see you. Not exact dates, but he was released into a halfway house and then to Ziggy. Yep. And they got married and he's on probation. He is checking in with his probation officer from what I've heard. That could be how they're keeping track of where he's at. All right. This is what happened last night.
On what, she said. And with that, I come to realize that a lot of the tarot stuff is up for interpretation. right? So it went from 7 of Pentacles, and then it just switched to 10 of Pentacles. Now, the 10 of Pentacles, 7 of Pentacles has nothing to do with family, whether it's reversed or upside down or any of that stuff. The 10 of
So this is talking about tarot reading, and y'all talked about that. I know that Reverend Donna Serafina or something allegedly has something to do with that. Tarot cards were introduced in the time period of kings and queens. It's what they did in the court. They played cards. That's what they did. That's what they did back in the day. And people made Edward Wyatt Edward White or Edward Waite, I believe, is the person who made tarot cards. They're made up. You get a book with them, you read the book, and it's up to interpretation. You can interpret any card any way you want and make it fit anybody's situation. That's why it can be bullshit. And that's what he's saying. I agree with him. The whole point of tarot cards is you interpret it in a certain way to fit the scenario. Basically, like if I was to pull a tarot card and say somebody wants to talk to you and he's elderly, he's an elderly man. He's in his between 50 and 70. He's got white hair, glasses, and weighs about 200 pounds. I'm sure most people in chat could think of somebody who might have passed away who fits that description. It's a generalized description that could fit anybody. You know what I mean? And that's how you get caught into that. All right, let's continue.
Pentacles loosely does talk about community and family and things. And so I don't know exactly what I said in my video was that it seemed like there was potentially a sleight of hand, or maybe she misread the card. You know, I don't really know.
Lord, talking away and my mic's muted. Sorry about that. Momo Shark, good to see you. Said, I'm with Ziggy on this one. If they want to speak to Fred Hill, they can go to their channel, Fred and Ziggy. It's good to see you and nice to meet you. And you are allowed to say, I let people say anything they want in my chat, even if you disagree, as long as you're respectful. Respectfully, I went to Ziggy's channel. I left her a comment. I said, hey, I don't know this case. I'm trying to figure it out. I know that this property is related somehow to Fred Hill. I would love to talk to you. I would love to know if he could tell me anything about the family, what's going on there, like what he thinks about the situation. You could ask him. I remember saying specifically, maybe you could ask him and then you could tell me what he says. I didn't say, I want you to come to my panel. I didn't say, I want to come on your panel. I just asked her to email me and I was blatantly ignored. So, I mean, I tried that, you know what I mean? And when she didn't respond to me and I saw this and it answers the questions, then that's where I'm going to go. I saw you have another comment. I'm going to continue to highlight and read.
Know what happened, but then it automatically went to family, right? And so if I was probably to ever take any of the tarot stuff, Ziggy, please stop texting me. I'm talking. Come on now. So if I was to ever take any of the tarot stuff seriously, which one of the reasons that I never did was that throughout the course of all of this stuff, Ziggy has done like many clandestine readings on me. And I felt like that was just a breach of my spirituality, because I feel like, you know, you're not going to come on my property without asking me. And my spiritual property is the same, right? Like don't do readings about me unless you ask me, kind of thing, right? And I have been very open about that. Like, please don't involve me in any of that stuff. So when it goes to the 10 of Pentacles, right? It goes to the 10 of Pentacles and she starts talking about family. And I kind of felt like she didn't want to go there, right? And so if I were to ever take any of the tarot kind of seriously, it seemed like an odd time to ask a question about Paul Hill being involved. And then her interpreting it as 7 of Pentacles and 10 of Pentacles both being about family, right? So
we could relate. Again, it's something to be I'm with Chow. I love weirdos, but not frauds. I think that there are real psychics in the world, and there are, and you can relate tarot card. You can make it fit any situation. That's the whole purpose. Mrs. North, good to see you, said Ziggy must have known about this part of the family. Don got arrested right in front of their house. Why is this connection never come out? That's interesting. Don got arrested in front of Paul's house, the house that we're just now seeing, or in front of Fred's house? Just Lost in Life, good to see you. She didn't say that. I heard something else. What did you hear? Remembers that guy. Oh, you're behind. Okay. In depth of this rabbit hole. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm learning. All right.
I found that very interesting. You know what I mean? And the
Well,
stuff
yeah,
with the cadaver
100%. I
dog.
mean, yeah, I mean, I
Now,
understand that.
I
Correct.
think that Earnie has gotten it straightened out. I think that he's got, you know, what sort of dog what was utilized. However, like, to just rush right out of the gate and say that it was a cadaver dog is kind of strange, right? Now, Tiffany talked about how
Okay, so they're mentioning a cadaver dog. Are they saying a cadaver dog went to the property, that they brought a cadaver dog, or they brought a dog to search? If they brought a dog to search, I would think they would bring a cadaver dog and the one that detects the scent of humans as well.
as she recalled it, the dogs may or may not have hit on 13 different cars, right?
This was important. I'm going to back it up just a second so we can hear that. Mrs. North said, yes, Don got a DUI at Paul's house. Really? I had no idea. That's interesting. But I don't think it's related to Paul specifically, because I think Paul's an elderly man. But was he there hanging out with Fred? Great. I mean, and that would put Fred on the property, stating that Fred could have done something and put a body there, unfortunately. Okay, Opal, good to see you. I hope everything goes good. Don received a DUI on Van Hill Road back in the day. Interesting. So that would tell me maybe Fred was going over to this house at one point and maybe he did something there. All right, I back this up. Listen to this.
Seven of Pentacles and Ten of Pentacles,
Hold
both
on.
being about family, right? So I found that very interesting. You know what I mean? And the
Well,
stuff
yeah,
with the cadaver
100%.
dog.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I
Now,
understand that.
I
Correct.
think that Ernie has gotten it straightened out. I think that he's got, you know, what sort of dog what was utilized. However, like, to just rush right out of the gate and say that it was a cadaver dog is kind of strange, right? Now, Tiffany talked about how, as she recalled it, the dogs may or may not have hit on 13 different cars, right? So I tried to make that make sense in my mind. Like, how does the dog hit on 13 different cars? Are they actually
That's what I'm wondering, right? Okay, there evidently, allegedly, there was dogs on the property. I don't know how this person would have information like that a dog hit on 13 different cars. So it's speculation. This is just somebody running their mouth. I could be Tiffany out here saying, "Oh yeah, I was there and I saw a dog hit on 13 different cars, and y'all, I live in North Carolina. Ain't been nowhere near Van Hill Road my whole entire life. I'm just letting you know." But if we're going to go with that, the dog hit on 13 different cars. Why would a dog hit on 13 different cars? If they're tracking the scent of Summer Wells, that it doesn't make sense. Why would Summer Wells be in 13 different cars? I mean, or something that belonged to her be in 13 different cars? That's a lot. That's weird to me. I can't make that make sense.
actual 13 legitimate hits? Are they, you know, miss hits? Is the number off? And so, Fred, what did he tell you, Ernie? That he thinks that was from, and he's very adamant, right? He's very adamant in the first interaction with Ziggy that he thinks Don and Candace are trying to set him up.
The link is in the chat.
And
again, let me
Can you
make
guys
sure
hear me?
everybody knows this. Yeah, I hear
if
you.
my sound's been knocked off.
So this person thinks they're not being heard. Ziggy's in the chat right now, evidently going the hell off. Mrs. North said there are 2 or 3 sons all living right there, plus a preacher father. One has a pig farm, the other has a tree trimming service, ironically. The tree trimming service is the house we're looking at. If the guy talking end up saying, that being said, or at the end of the day, I'll super chat $5 just for fun. He sounds like the kind of guy who would say that. That's all. Okay. That was record class. Okay. Okay, hold on a minute. What did he say right before that guy cut him off?
On 13 different cars. Are they actual 13 legitimate hits? Are they, you know, miss hits? Is the number off? And so, Fred, what did he tell you, Ernie? That he thinks that was from, and he's very adamant, right? He's very adamant in the first interaction with Ziggy that he thinks Don and Candace are trying to set him up.
The link is in the chat.
Okay, so I'm assuming Fred is very adamant that he thinks Don and Candace is trying to set him up. But if we're gonna go with that, if you committed a crime, you'd be like, oh, they're trying to set me up. I could see that being a possibility, especially if your story has changed 8 different damn times. That's interesting to me. Or he could be out here saying, no, they did it. They're trying to set me up. I could see both.
And
again, let me
can you
make
guys
sure
hear me?
everybody knows this. Yeah, I
don't
hear
know if
you.
my sound's been knocked off. Have I
Okay.
just been talking and nobody can hear me?
No. Everybody hears you. Everybody hears you. Hold on one second. Ziggy wants a link.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I hear
I
you.
think they're delayed.
Ziggy is here. Ziggy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
How
so
you doing, Ziggy?
can y'all hear? And let me make sure we're not trying to.
Any opportunity?
Okay, they're going to interrupt each other a lot. They're going to cut each other off a lot. Ziggy came in like a wrecking ball and showed her butt, I think, in my opinion. So just be aware if you have headphones in, be aware.
To text me, call me. I was just live about all this. We just talked about family. I do feel like family could be involved.
Here.
Yes, like
Like,
family of the Hills of Bernards. We've been going after Andy Bernard since the beginning. He's family. He's family to Paul Hill. Karen's family to Paul Hill.
Well, hold on. Andy's in here. Andy's in here, guys. Jody Sue's in here. I'm going to drop a link for all you guys.
Talking to all them.
Can I talk to Fred?
Yes.
Can I actually talk to Fred?
No, he's not here, Benny. He's
in the chat though, right? So he can come up. Why are you so like tight?
Okay, Fred's not there, but he's in the chat. And from what I heard this morning, they don't have a car. So where the hell did Fred go? But it's a lie because later she's like, oh, I just, he's here. He just didn't want to get involved in the bullshit. And again, you're saying, people could ask you questions. People could reach out to them. Well, I tried that and you never responded to me. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand I'm just a wee little bitty channel over here. But with all due respect, I asked. I said, hey, can you help me out? I'd love to talk to you. Maybe you can give me some information. Help me understand what all this shit is that all of these little puzzle pieces I have that I can't make fit together. And you ignored the fuck out of me. Running Bear, good to see you. Said Don Wells went to Fred's twice that night. I think Don suspected Fred, and he did. We've heard videos looking into Fred Hill, where Don states that he thinks Fred did it, or people that were going to Fred's house looking for methamphetamine. Fred has pointed the finger at everyone, and now he's pointing them at his uncle. Yep, and that got cotton, all of the other things. Lips. I don't know if you are lippy, but they just told me if you are lippy to go check out your channel. But Lips said that Fred was in the other room and he walks in. And that's it. That's it. Remember, Fred was on the road. Wait a minute. Fred was on Van Hill Road or living beside Summer Wells? I was running my mouth, so let me back that up a smidge.
Beginning, he's family. He's family to Paul Hill.
Okay.
Karen's family to Paul Hill.
Well, hold on. Andy's in here. Andy's in here, guys. Jody Sue's in here. I'm going to drop a link for all you guys.
Talking to all them.
Can I talk to Fred? Can I actually talk to Fred?
No, he's not here, Benny.
He's in the chat though, right? So he can come up. Why are you so like pipe down, Ziggy? Ziggy, pipe down. You taking this real personally, and you have a whole history on this.
Problems between me and Tiffany, and you're just trying to cause problems, Benny. This is about Summer Wells.
Ziggy, this is about using your own words. Like you are all piped up.
You're talking shit, dude.
I'm talking.
What words are you talking about?
So
to be fair, I haven't listened to the whole entire stream up to this point, but I didn't see where he was talking shit. And you're all fucking aggressive. I don't know why. Karen said in the notebook, it says about the DUI that Don was on his way to get cigarettes and he had a bottle of liquor in the car. Doesn't say anything about being at someone's house. Thank you for that. Kim said, anyone who doesn't know, Crush Show will be on Turtle Boy Live tonight. Thank you for that. He told me a normal Saturday night time, which I believe is 9. But I have said that Crush Show is saying 9:30. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mrs. Thornton, good to see you. Nice to meet you. Said, honestly, I think Don is the only innocent one, but has guilty knowledge. Maybe now after the case. I think he went to Fred's that night because he suspected Fred, which was a red flag. Not to mention Candace went to Fred's. Yep. Thank you for that.
tell me what I've been wrong about, or tell me how you feel like I'm talking shit about you.
Talking shit? What are you talking about? 5 stories? What 5 stories? I'm waiting to hear it, Benny.
Exactly.
What 5 stories? What do you mean?
What you're talking about?
What do you mean 5 stories?
Hole in this community. Why are you using it for bad? Are you back on drugs now that your mom's out of town? Why are you?
Okay, what the fuck? Okay, first of all, 5 different stories. If Fred has told 5 different stories, then we need to talk about that. Why are we just pulling rabbits out the fucking hat and being like, are you back on drugs? Because Fred has said 5 different stories and we're questioning 5 different stories and we're just going to pull that fucking rabbit out of the hat. Are you back on drugs? Is your mama living with you? Ma'am, I think you're overstepping your authority a little bit and maybe need to pipe down, as that man said. Miss Thornton says Ziggy was super aggressive and Fred was giving Earnie fake info trying to throw more bees out there. That's interesting. I don't know why somebody would do that unless they wanted the spotlight to be taken off of them. Ziggy looked so guilty covering for Fred over and over. Fred was questioned about 2 homicides and Summer. Ziggy needs to sit all the way down. After listening to this, I'm with you. Take 15 motherfucking seats. I don't know. I mean, go to her channel and watch her stuff and see what she has to say would be my advice. No one could ever talk to Fred without Ziggy running her mouth. Oh, hell no.
Doing this.
My mom is downstairs and all of a sudden, because it's not going. Hey, can you mute her for Ziggy? Mute her for a minute.
Hold on, guys. Oh, wait a minute.
You.
Ziggy, wait.
It's not going your way. It has to be about drugs and this and that. Don't you have a past of drugs too? Because you the one seems like you're twitching all out on the internet, sweetie. You're up all night, like wandering around in a room.
We're just talking good about Fred like a couple weeks ago. Now all of a sudden you.
Yeah, now all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of new stuff.
Oh, sure,
Ziggy.
sure. What about Fred? Sure. What?
Ziggy.
There was a fucking house raided, and it's a relative of Fred, ma'am. That's the new information.
What?
Hold on now. Pipe down.
It's just live.
You got it's lies.
Causing fucking bullshit.
Pipe down, Ziggy. Just wait a minute.
Everybody.
Down.
Hey, Ziggy,
Right?
let him talk, and then you can answer.
Why did Fred tell Earnie?
He text me. He doesn't care. He wants.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, no, I'm very careful about having contact with people in my real life. I don't want to invite.
So Mrs. Thornton was asking, where did Ziggy come from before Summer Wells case? I don't know. Fred's always pointing the finger at someone. Y'all listen up. Ziggy enjoys this mess, in my opinion. Why would she have gotten involved with a suspect otherwise? Great question, Lisa. Ziggy is exactly why we didn't know about the other Hills and the Wells knew. Hey, Madeline, good to see you. Maybe they were dating before. No, I don't think so. I know they met through the Summer Wells case, but that's about all I know.
You listen, Ziggy. I don't want to invite tarot card readers into my real life, sweetheart. That's the honest God truth of it.
How long ago was that I did that? Have I done it since?
So why listen to me? You're really showing your cards here, Ziggy.
But yeah, she's coming in hot. Why? Why are you so upset? Why are you so hot? Why are you so stressed? Why are you so worried? Like that makes me have to question Fred's involvement yet again. This whole time that I've dug into the Summer Wells case since this tip came in, having not known anything about Fred Hill whatsoever at all, period, like slate completely clean when it comes to Fred Hill. In the first live, I've still got it up. I thought his fucking name was Benny Hill. Okay? And you're coming in this fucking hot? Like, now I keep questioning. I keep having to say, okay, it looks like Fred could be involved. It looks like Fred could be involved. It looks like Fred could be involved. And now you're coming in this hot on a panel. And it makes me question, okay, is Fred involved again? And are you trying to cover for him? Are you coming up showing your entire ass to get people to stop talking about him? Because that's what it seems like. Why do you want him to stop talking about him when it's his family that's directly related? And nobody thinks an 80-year-old man hurt Summer Wells.
And no pun intended. What do you mean it has to? My mom is out of town, and so I'm on drugs, and that's why I'm telling the truth about you. What are you talking about, Ziggy?
Why are you acting like all the
No. You're not gonna skate out of this, Ziggy. You're not gonna skate out of this.
Okay.
My mom is out of town, so I'm on drugs, right?
Well, I don't know. You obviously.
No, you seem to know. You and Don.
I mean, yeah, you come up here and was like, are you on drugs because your mom's out of town? Like, what kind of fucking bullshit is that? Would you want somebody to say that to you, ma'am? Why would you do that?
Donna Serafina got all the answers, baby. You seem to know.
Hey, Carrie.
You're not.
So pipe down.
Jesus.
Settle down. Settle down.
No, we could have had it. Well, you could have called me.
Listen. Listen. Listen, Ziggy.
I
Listen.
would have had a conversation with you. I would have gone to a panel with you.
Ziggy, pipe down.
Because you're fucking
Pipe down.
trying to accuse. What is this? This is serious to us, Benny.
It's why is it so serious?
Because this is our life.
It's
Right?
what?
It's our
It's
life.
your life?
Work with fucking law enforcement.
You chose this life, Ziggy.
Okay, but I'm married to him now, Benny. I understand.
No, yeah, no, I get it, and I hope that it's I hope that it's in you.
Because I'm Fred's wife.
Cause what?
Because I'm Fred's wife, you can harass us. Is that what you're saying? You're just playing games, dude.
But she came up on this panel. Like, she has her own channel where she can talk about all this. I mean, you don't want to talk to other creators, and you claim that everybody can reach out and get the answers they need. I reached out. Was ignored, which I get. I mean, I'm a small channel. Okay, that's fine. But I got to go where I can to get the answers. Benny is Benny Keys, I think. And it's this person that you seen up here laughing. This person that says Lightning Tiger is somebody named Earnie Shell. I do believe. I don't know. Like, I don't know a lot about this case and these people specifically involved. That's what I said. I couldn't imagine having that battle axe screaming at me, no doubt.
I'm playing games.
It's real. No, what? Ask the real questions. Talk about Summer Wells.
I'm on drugs because my mom's out of town, right? Okay, Ziggy. Try again, Ziggy. Now check this out.
Why are
Hey,
you
Ziggy.
erratic? Why are you fucking talking?
Erratic? What are you talking about? You are screaming and hollering. What are you?
You're putting posts up about Fred Lane.
Ziggy, how come?
Post up about, okay, hold on. I'll back it up. Eric Jasper, good to see you. I don't keep up with everything, but are they looking at someone's specific property? They are looking at a property that could be related by proxy to Fred Hill. It could be, they're looking at a property that everybody is suspecting and pretty almost confirmed that is Fred Hill's uncle. Serenity, good to see you. Yeah. Okay, let me back it up a smidge. She was saying something about Fred.
Oh.
I'm on drugs because my mom's out of town, right?
Sorry, I went back too far.
Okay, Ziggy. Try again, Ziggy. Now check this out. Hey, Ziggy.
Erratic. Why are you fucking talking?
Erratic? What are you talking about? You are screaming and hollering. What are you?
You're putting posts up about Fred Lane.
Ziggy, how come you and Fred? Listen, Ziggy, how? Hey, Ernie, please, I have a question, and she's not gonna let me get my question in, bro.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Why
Go
did
ahead.
you
go
give?
for it.
Why did you and Fred? Hold on. Why did you and Fred? Ziggy, please stop. Just one. Let me get one question in, please. Why did you? Golly,
Ziggy, let him ask his question, and I'll let you answer it.
you set this up. This whole
Set this up.
No. Hold on,
How
Ziggy.
did
Go
I
ahead,
set
Benny.
this up?
Ask
Why
the
did you
question,
and Fred
Benny.
give Ernie the information about Cody Compton and send him out there on that?
Hey, bless.
That's my question.
could set him up to put him on camera here with Benny. Benny could always ask us.
No. You heard my question, Ziggy. Why did you and Fred give Ernie the Cody Compton information? What does that have to do with any of it?
Me
What
too,
are you
Eric.
talking? There's a Cody Compton that lives right there around the 3500.
You aren't answering my question. They are at Fred. Listen, they're at Fred.
Candace has a post on her fucking on her
How come you're not talking about Cody Compton then, but you want Ernie to talk about him?
I'm talking.
Okay, Cody Compton. Let's talk about that real quick. Yeah, I can't turn that down. I'm sorry. That's why I was trying to warn y'all about the if you have earbuds. We're gonna go. So I did find something. It's from a post that Benny Hill made today. He went live to talk about this, okay? And Cody Compton, that is the Comptons. Remember when we looked up the property address and we got 3510. Okay, hold on. Let me break this down. Come back over here to Van Hill Road. Thank you. So remember the TBI said the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. This is 3537, right? Yesterday we were looking and we were like, is there any other 35 Van Hill Road? And then this, see, it don't even pop up there. 3510 pops up right there. Okay, so that's the only other property in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. So when we look that up, 3510 Van Hill Road, Greenville, Tennessee, you see Compton, 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 Compton. Okay. Now, they're bringing up Compton. Let's take that back just a second, and then I'll show you why that's important. Ziggy is bringing up Compton. I'm backing it up a smidge. Hopefully a smidge. Sometimes I go back too far.
Cody Compton information. What does that have to do with any of it?
What are you talking? There's a Cody Compton that lives right there around the 3500.
You aren't answering my question. They are at Fred. Listen, they're at Fred.
He just has a post on her
How come you're not talking about Cody Compton then, but you want Earnie to talk about him?
I'm talking about Cody Compton right now. What are
No,
you
you're screaming. No one can.
Okay, so they're asking about Cody Compton. Evidently, Ziggy wants to keep talking about Cody Compton, Cody Compton, Cody Compton. Why? Because that Cody Compton is not involved with Fred Hill. It is my speculation that she wants to throw the scent off of Fred Hill and anybody having to do with his family by talking about this Cody Compton person. And she says that this person has posts about Cody Compton and we need to talk about Cody Compton. Well, after this live, Lightning Tiger or this Earnie character y'all told me about did a live, okay? And I've got it muted because it was like the intro. This is what he showed. This is evidently a conversation piece between Fred Hill, and it's in his video. This is a screen recording I did, but it's just the video he did today. Here's a photo of somebody. I don't know who that is. It says thank you. And then I'm assuming this is Earnie gave a thumb up, or it could be Fred Hill. That might be from Earnie. Excuse me. This is going to be from Earnie. And then this is going to be from Fred Hill. Fred Hill gave a thumbs up and said, but both Cody's is in the same gang and doing about the same thing. Now, remember, if you guys have been here, people keep talking about the Vice Lord gangs and how this could be related to Austin Drummond. Okay. Or the same thing as Austin Drummond, something I don't know. This is the Cody Compton person allegedly in jail, and you see that they're doing the Vice Lord gang thing, okay? It says, but both Cody Compton's associate with each other through the same gang, and that's going to be the Vice Lords gang. If anybody needs me to pull up the Austin Drummond stuff on the Vice Lord gang, I can. I don't think it's specifically related to Austin Drummond. The point is, when you go to jail in that area or prison, especially young men, they have to get protection. So in order to be protected in jail, in prison, from being killed, raped, all of the things, if you are a male, more so, you would join a prison gang. Okay. And then once you join this prison gang, when you get out, you still have to do things for this prison gang. Prison gangs are going to be involved with trafficking of substances. Some are involved with trafficking people. I don't know if this one is specifically, but basically what they're getting at is the person that owns 3510 Van Hill Road, the last name Compton, could be related to these Comptons, Cody Comptons, or they could be the people who live there and they are in the Vice Lord gangs, saying that the Vice Lord gang has something to do with Summer's disappearance. I think that's about all we have. So that's all I know about the Cody Compton person. That Cody Compton is the one who lives at 3510 or some of his family, 3510 Van Hill Road, and that they could be in the Vice Lord gangs. It's a totally different property, but it is in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. But we watched that video from Michele After Dark. He said it was specifically 3537, which is Paul's address, and that is Fred Hill's uncle. Let me see what y'all are saying. Cody contacted Earnie and cleared himself. That's good to know. That's good to know. Earnie talked to Kingsport Cody, and he claimed he left the gang. Okay, thank you for that. Eric Ziggy's, the screaming woman, is Fred's wife. Fred Hill's wife, yes. and it's a totally different property. Okay. Okay. Madeline, good to see you, love. Ziggy started out secretly recording Fred when she was going to Ben Hill. Then when Fred went to jail, she started dating him. Are you fucking serious?
This is some dysfunctional shit.
What the? Yeah, what the fuck? Where is it at?
Now what the fuck is going on?
What the fuck? Okay, let me play this while I read y'all's comments.
No one can hear anything you're saying,
What are you
Ziggy.
talking about, Benny?
Yeah.
Why do we want to talk about something that's dangerous?
What's that now?
We don't want to talk about anything dangerous. Ernie's the one that wanted to take it on. That's why we weren't going to talk about it. Fred,
What's dangerous about it?
He's fine for
Hey,
it.
Queen of
Benny,
Hearts.
you don't know these people.
Listen, why is it dangerous to Fred if Cody Compton has nothing to do with it? Why is it dangerous to Fred?
Okay, Benny, stop.
No,
What are you
answer the
talking
question,
about?
Ziggy.
What do you mean? He's on. How do we know if he's involved or not? What are you talking about?
You want Ernie to talk about Cody Compton.
We don't
Meanwhile,
want him to talk about him. He wants to talk about him.
you're fired up. You are piped up, Ziggy.
What is
Are
wrong
you on
with
drugs,
you?
Ziggy?
Are you? Do I need to call your probation officer? This is bullshit.
What the hell? Why are you threatening to call this man's probation officer? Ma'am. Ma'am. What the hell? Hey, Texas. Good to see you. She is very loud. He was in jail being questioned. She was doing calls with him. Somehow they fell in love, which is crazy as fuck. Ziggy also got Summer's puppy from the Wells. Yep. Ernie caught her in his web, said Running Bear. Oh, yeah. If y'all don't mind, twinkle, twinkle over to the thumbs up, please.
Come on, players, stop hating. Stop hating. Start participating. Start participating, Star. Come on, twinkle, twinkle, baby. Twinkle, twinkle.
Thank you guys for hitting the thumbs up. Let's get back to it.
You're not supposed to be on here.
No, I am supposed to be on
No,
here,
you're
honey.
fucking not, dude.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're banned from YouTube. I was here. Do you not fucking remember?
That was bond conditions. I am no longer on bond.
You're banned.
Okay, even if this man was banned from YouTube, on bond, et cetera, you got up here and you want to ban this man from speaking. You want to threaten to call the fucking law, threaten to call his probation officer. Why? Why do you want this man to shut the fuck up so bad, Ziggy? Can you please inform me of that? I don't understand why it's so imperative to make this man hush his mouth just because he's got questions.
And from YouTube.
Call him then, Ziggy.
No, I'm not going to call
What
him.
the
But there's a
fuck?
reason
Then why
I'm
would you
banned.
threaten it? I got the thumb on the pulse, I think.
Brittany, I'm responding to your bullshit, Benny.
Ma'am.
What the fuck?
That's what I'm over here saying. Can you please calm the fuck down? This is one of them drive by and throw Xanax out the window moments. God almighty, Jesus. Lippy said, all false reports is horrible. Ziggy's daughter was forced out of the house in her young teens. That's horrific, and I'm sorry that happened. Fred was too controlling, and the daughter used to have free range. Interesting. Addie, thank you for becoming a member. I greatly appreciate that. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you for the support. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, like, are you okay, babe? Good gracious. She gonna need some honey and what is it? Honey and lemon after this. That throat got to be hurting.
Oh,
What are you doing?
what are you doing, Ziggy?
I mean,
This is
really?
my life.
Are you afraid that someone else is going to buy the rights to it? Like, what are you doing, lady?
You do not care.
You going to call my probation officer? That's what you want to do?
No, I'm not going to call your probation. You know I wouldn't.
So
do
you
that.
just threaten, no, I don't, because you called the police on me before trying to get them to put a case on me.
I was the only one who apologized to you. I apologized
Okay.
to you, and I felt fucking bad.
So now I'm on drugs and you're going to call my probation officer.
Huh?
So now tonight I'm on drugs. My mom's gone, and you're gonna call my probation officer.
Okay, I was told that your mom.
How about I call Fred's probation officer? Would you like that?
Oh, the people already have.
No,
Danny.
I haven't.
It's not you.
And you know I got a way with words, baby.
You're not doing
I
anything
got a
wrong.
real way with words, baby. Don't threaten me, Queen. So
It doesn't
look.
matter. He's not doing anything wrong, Benny. That's what you don't get. When you're not doing anything wrong, there's nothing to worry about.
Exactly, Ziggy.
Okay, I'm pissed because you're insinuating stuff that's
No,
not
you're
real.
venomous. You are past pissed.
Yes,
You are
I am,
venomous.
because
And to go further on what he just said, you are very venomous. And why are you so venomous? Because you got something to hide? Why do you want everybody to look at this other address? Because you want the attention off of Fred? What are we hiding? I mean, because that makes you look sus as fuck. I'm sorry, but it does. Somebody pointed, Miss Thompson said, didn't Candace and Dom both pass their lie detector test on Dr. Phil? And then somebody else said they passed the TBI lie detector too. Thank you for that. So, yep, I say Fred is number one suspect then. In my opinion, Ziggy knows. That's where I'm at with it. I'm like, how am I supposed to come to any other conclusion? I tried to reach out and talk. I don't know what other conclusion I'm supposed to make.
you're coming
Why?
up with bullshit because you're trying to freaking
Tell me, okay,
reality.
just pipe down for a minute. What has actually been bullshit though? Tell me which part.
You're accusing us of something because we freaking talked to something up to Ernie about privacy.
What am I accusing you of?
That's not on us.
Ziggy, what am I accusing you of? Just tell me that.
On my channel before he even put it out. I even said watch Ernie's later.
Ziggy, what am I accusing you of?
Oh yeah, you're not accusing of anything. You were just saying something about Fred.
No, you just said I'm a baby. You are all over the place, honey.
Well,
Just settle down. Settle down.
You told me you were going to be professional. This was a trick. You tried to trick me to get.
You are screaming. I've been very professional, Ziggy.
Okay, no.
I've been very professional. I've kept my calm and cool with you. You've said I'm on drugs. My mom's out of town. Now you're going to call my probation officer. I'm not supposed to be on the internet.
Insult. That's such a horrible insult. Your mom's out of town.
I mean, but you did. You said he's on drugs because his mom's out of town. You were going to call his probation officer. Like, you keep 15 different ways to shut this man up. Why? Why is it bothering you to the extent that you're losing your whole fucking vocal cords screaming at him? That makes you look so fucking suspicious. It really does. Miss Thornton said, and they keep sending in tips to the TBI. Like, how? That's very sus to me. How do you still have tips 4 years later? What the fuck? Just sent one in today even. Yes, she did. After this live, yes, she did. We'll jump over there real quick. It says somebody got a screenshot of this from Ziggy 21 minutes ago. They took the screenshot at 10:56 a.m. this morning, and it said, people were asking the last time we sent a tip in. Lord have mercy. People were asking the last time we sent a tip in. Well, today. What? 4.5 years later? You're sending in tips 4.5 years later.
What the fuck is going on here?
Y'all have to excuse my stepping. I got to make more. It says the last time before this was December of 2024. Ma'am, the child went missing in June of 2021. What the? It continues. Fred nor I had anything to do with the Van Hill tip and are completely speculating just like all of you. Excuse me. This current tip that I just sent in has nothing to do with the current search efforts or any of the people that have been mentioned in the last couple of days. Literally none of them. People are just starting to get scared and are making stupid moves. Well, that's the damn pot calling the kettle black, isn't it? Considering what happened last night, it sure did seem like you got scared as fuck and made a stupid move by going up on that panel, threatening to call that man's probation officer and all the fucking things. The last sentence says, just know us other people are watching and waiting. Well, you do that. You do that. Let's go back over here and listen to her scream some more.
Town. Big fucking deal. Let's go to the topic. Sorry, I was wrong about that. Sorry, I said that. Okay, can we go on?
Okay, so
I'm not talking to this fucking psycho bitch that's up here either. Can we drop her while I'm talking to Benny, please?
Why are you calling me names?
When we say we want to be professional, all of us.
I'll bring you back up in a second. I'll bring you back up in a second, guys.
Now, this is the thing. What's interesting to me is that I've not came on here and told a lie about you or Fred.
Okay, okay, come on with your question, Benny. You're just going around. What is it?
No, I'm not going around.
You're just playing games, dude.
I'm playing games?
Come on.
You've just threatened me and insinuated I'm on.
Because
go ahead.
You disrespected me. You get the same energy back.
How did I disrespect you? Tell me how I disrespected you.
Dude, I knew what you were up to the last couple of days, making posts of Fred laying down like he's getting ready to run, as if you're not insinuating or saying anything. Benny, come on.
What I said is how does it look? Ziggy, you've taken multiple. Hold on.
Come on.
You've taken multiple pictures of this man fully dressed with his shoes on and his coat on, laying in bed.
It was
multiple.
Why is this man? Look, let me tell y'all something. I used to be about that life. You know what I mean? And we've all talked about I got a pass, right? The only time I ever laid in bed with my shoes on, my clothes on, and my hoodie on was exactly like this man just said. When I knew that knock at the door might be wanting to take me to jail, and I knew I might have to run and jump a couple fences. I'm just saying, why are we taking pictures of people fully clothed in their hoodie and their shoes like they about to take off running the minute somebody says, I know why, because I used to do that. They're still watching and waiting. Oh, so are we and the FBI and TBI. Trust me, Ziggy. No one, including TBI, believe her or Fred. Well, if you've got 6 brain cells anyway, sorry, not sorry. She wants that movie book deal. She says she's been the only creator that's kept covering Summer Wells' case. That's a lie. Benny has been calm as fuck the entire time. I give him props.
You saw the dogs next to it, didn't you? It's freaking cute. Do you not take a picture of Rosie and you together? That was a cute picture.
It was cute. You're right. I'm not saying it wasn't cute. It was darling. It was darling. It was darling. It was darling.
Thank you, Mrs. Moore.
I'm not trying to fire you up, Ziggy. I just what I've seen is like a real pattern of even from what you like, you making me feel like a victim tonight. I ain't done nothing to you.
I would have felt like a victim too up there getting screamed at like that. IDV, thank you so much for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so awesome of you. So very sweet and supportive, and I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. And those memberships went to Lovely Being a Mom of 4, Queen Bella OG, Joppy, Natasha Freeman, and Ladybug. If you guys were gifted and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Addie V thank you. Thank you so much, Addie V. And I will grab the Polar Express this time to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Addie V. I had to go get my drink, so I played the one that was a little longer. Rhonda said, Ziggy is a big nut job. She's not all there. She fell in love with a math head. She married him, and he's caused nothing but problems on the internet. I know, Ziggy. Really? Damn. I know, Mrs. Thornton. All her screaming makes me feel victimized, too. I think we're all victims. Ziggy going off would have triggered me to shut her down. She's lucky this guy's being so calm. See, but I think that was the whole point, was to get her fired up like that. So that she would act a fool and everybody could be like, wow, why are you tripping so bad? Like, what are you trying to hide? You know what I mean?
Go on, Benny, stop.
I'm on drugs. You're gonna call my probation officer. Like, listen. No. If I wasn't here and you were just saying these things, you would be lying to these people. My mom is here. I am not on drugs. But
what is the deal? What is going on?
Listen.
So now there's this person named Tiffany. I'm wondering if that's the Tiffany that said the dogs hit on 13 different cars. With a name like Ziggy, I expect nothing less than backwater crazy.
When I tell the truth, you're gonna lie. You're gonna tell all these people. You think I would risk being on the internet if I wasn't supposed to be talking about you and Fred, Ziggy? I have no interest in violating a probation if I'm not supposed to be here for you and Fred, Ziggy.
Oh my God,
but you said that.
I'm sorry.
You are you are dangerous, Ziggy. You're
Okay,
dangerous.
come on, see what you're doing, Benny. Can you just please
Hey Tiff.
just work together for summer, please?
Can everybody?
So you want a cry closet? You want a vacuum tube? Like Ziggy, I'm asking you. I'm asking.
Wait a minute. Is this the fucking Tiffany? Pet A? What does she say? What do you name Pet A? Fuck. Is that Tiffany? Those who know I'm talking about. Those who know what I'm talking about, let me know. What is she? How is she involved in the Summer Wells case? If that's that Tiffany, the one that was like Pet A, Amy, Pet A.
Okay, so they're the tough questions.
What's
This
the
is
tough
the thing.
question?
Okay.
There's been no question.
So how is
dude,
she involved in this case?
You've been screaming over top of me, and I have asked you questions.
Go.
Ernie, I don't know, bro. I think I'm gonna have to tap out, bro. Like this is the insanity.
On my panel, dude. You could have texted me.
I don't want to invite psychic medium stuff into my life.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
God,
Ziggy. It's real.
Come
It's
on.
real.
Okay. Well, I won't do readings on you. If you asked me not to, I wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. So my question is,
I understand that people don't want readings done on them. That's I understand that. That is totally fine. I get that.
I don't intrude. I try not to intrude on people's life, and I appreciate that because when you were doing it, I asked you, and you stopped.
I understand. I understand.
So
y'all are saying yes, it's the same Tiffany, and she covers Summerwell on her case. Thank you for the information. They got in a fight. Okay. From what I've heard, Ziggy will do tarot card readings on people she don't like. I'm interested in that. I wonder if she'll do one on me.
let me ask you a question, and this is like outside of anything. This is you answering for you and not answer. And I'm not saying, I think a lot of times you answer for Fred because you genuinely know the answer to the question, and that's fair enough, right? Would let me ask you this way. Have you ever caught Fred in a lie the whole time you've been with him?
No.
Not one?
Nope.
Stop it.
Not one time.
Then I would say
stop it. Stop it. You know you have. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not in her relationship. I'm not watching them in their house. To be fair, I don't know if she's got him in a lie or not, but it's hard for me to believe that you've been with somebody for an extended period of time and ain't never caught them lying about anything, even if it wasn't serious. Babe, did you eat the last Oreo in the pack? Nope. Knowing damn well you did. Stop it. You've caught him in some kind of lie.
you guys do have a holy matrimony. Now,
that's what I always tell people. It's like I've never caught him in a lie, and I caught my ex in lies like every day of the week. You know what I mean? That's why.
I get it. Yeah, I do.
Much.
I do.
I haven't ever caught him in a lie.
Do you know when is the last time Fred has submitted a tip to the TBI?
When the last time he has personally?
When is the last time that Fred has submitted a tip?
How else do you ask that question? Yeah, him personally, Fred, that person that you're with, Fred. Yeah, like what the fuck? How did we misconstrue that? Why, when somebody says, do you know the last time Jessica submitted a tip to the TBI? And one of y'all responded, who, Jessica? That Jessica allegedly speculating Jessica? Like, yeah? What the fuck? Who? No, Jessica fucking Spears all the way up the road that's living in California. What the fuck?
Well, he went in personally last year, and it was May or something when he submitted that stuff from the halfway house. Earlier when was that? Earlier this year, around January of 2025 or December of 2024 was that incident when I emailed him information that Fred told me.
When's the last? Let me ask this question. Besides
so
the tip.
nothing in the past 30, 60 days.
No.
Okay.
Has he visited?
What I'm trying to track down is like,
has he visited?
This tip have come from?
Ernie?
Has law enforcement visited him in the last
Ernie,
60 days?
Your audio backed up.
Not at all. They haven't even contacted us.
Or maybe I just can't hear Ernie. I guess there's some sort of confliction. I was just curious as to you know, if Fred did make a tip that led to this movement, I would sure hope that it wouldn't be known on the internet, right? Like a lot of this stuff isn't.
So what just stood out to me is that she said she's been calling. The last time she called in a tip was almost a year ago. That Fred had told her, like, why are we still calling in tips 4.5 years later? If Fred knows something, he needs to see something. I mean, speak something. He needs to say something. Why are we still calling in tips 4.5 years later? Unless, if I'm speculating, because that's all I'm left to do at this point, unless Fred is guilty of something and you keep calling in random tips to try to get them off of his scent. I wouldn't worry about anything she reads in tarot. I mean,
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
I know that's right. Ask him if Ziggy's screaming voice bothers him. Says he's a no. He's a fucking liar. If he says no, he's a fucking liar.
Or the
No, he
internet,
didn't make this tip, and he doesn't know anything about this tip at all. Or the last time he talked to this Paul guy was when his dad passed away. He called.
My bad.
This guy was called. He's a pastor, and asked if he wanted to preach at the funeral, and he declined. And that's it. So
this Paul guy, you said earlier in the chat that this is Fred's uncle.
Oh yeah, it's Fred's uncle.
Okay,
and it's Fred's uncle. So this is Fred's brother, or I'm sorry, Fred's dad's name is Ronald Fred Hill, and he has like 11 brothers and sisters. And Paul is one of his brothers, and he's a pastor. He also has, he does have a, there are pigs there on that property and stuff. And they do, and you know what?
Lori, what do you mean? Why am I covering this? Because I get answers to questions that I've asked, which is what she's talking about right now. I wanted to know about the property, who lived there, and what Fred could tell me about it. She chose to go up here and show her ass when she gave the answers, and it's just the answers I wanted. It is Fred's uncle that lives on that property. There were pigs, or are pigs. I was trying to listen, but I'm going to back it up a little bit. This part right here, Lori, is why I'm covering it, because it gives me the answers that I need.
Okay. And it's Fred's uncle. So this is Fred's brother, or I'm sorry, Fred's dad's name is Ronald Fred Hill, and he has like 11 brothers and sisters. And Paul is one of his brothers, and he's a pastor. He also has, he does have a, there are pigs there on that property and stuff. And they do, and you know what? Like, I am.
Okay, so there are pigs still on the property. Marion, good to see you. She knew where to go.
Suspicious of somebody who knows him or something like that, possibly like connected to him or family.
I would too.
That has access to that property. A lot of public go in and out of that property because he has like I'm serious. This guy, like, he has like the honor system. Like, he sells timber and meat, and there's this open where like you could come in and you just drop your money in a little box, like a lockbox. So he has something like that, and people come and pick up products and stuff like that. But
that's
see that if people do have access to this property and come and buy lumber, and we've looked at the property, there is a bunch of lumber in the back, and like you pay for your lumber in the box or whatever. That's the answer I was looking for. Like, people have access to the property, but I still feel like after hearing everything that just happened, that she's trying to throw the scent off of Fred Hill. Because now that I've had to go here to get the answers to the questions that I originally asked, I have to take into account all that shit that happened before when you lost your ever-loving mind about them talking about this. It's weird to me. It's weird to me that she's going off to that extent.
It's like inviting them onto the property, but to a point, right? Like,
and he every week he does process meat weekly and stuff, but he has he has a son that lives a couple houses down.
So let me ask you a question. So there are a butcher place there, like
Paul
it's a butcher
involved in the
shop?
drug trade?
Yeah, I mean, he does process meat there. I mean,
So it's a butcher shop.
I don't know if I guess it would be considered a butcher shop, right? I mean, I suppose. Fred's not even right.
So she's about to talk to Fred, but if they're processing meat there, then yeah, they have the utility. I mean, you know where that's leading to. Mrs. Thornton said, or has Fred moved Summer there to put the blame on other people and make it look like the Wells did it because it's Candace's favorite fishing spot. They're steady trying to throw everything off of Fred, and that's what I see. She Lola said, I don't trust anyone around this case though, so I'm not taking the blame off Don, Candace, or Grandis, but that's just me. And you're good. Yeah, it's awful. We don't know who did this. We haven't located Summer Wells, so don't take the blame off of anybody yet.
There, I mean,
So it's a butcher shop.
I don't know if it's, I guess it would be considered a butcher shop, right? I mean, I suppose. Fred's not even right here or whatever, but maybe he'll come in here after things calm down or whatever. He just does not want to fight with everybody. And I'm sorry that I got heated and maybe I.
Okay, but she had just said he's not even there. And now all of a sudden he is there, but he didn't want to come on panel or talk because everything was so heated. Like, and you expect me to believe that you're not a liar and you're not trying to cover for Fred. KLM, good to see you.
Oh, it's okay. I understand.
I know, Benny. I'm sorry. Like, I should never threaten. Nobody should ever call anybody's probation officers, guys. Like,
so Ziggy, I want you to know we're not trying to catch Fred up in anything or nothing.
Ernie, I'm having a little issue.
I was just live. Like, why didn't anybody ask me then? Or you guys could just ask. Like,
I didn't even know you were live. I was at work and I got out at right around 8:45. I didn't even know you were live. To be completely honest with you. So
I mean, like, I honestly kind of thought the whole thing about Fred, you know, running was kind of funny in a way, because I could see why you would think. I mean, but it's just because he's laying there with his jacket and boots on. But
right,
he had from outside. It was actually, I had taken a picture right before that, and he was awake. And I said, pretend you're asleep because it would look cute with the two dogs laying there. So he wasn't even actually sleeping.
Oh, and I had mentioned that in my video too. I was like, maybe he wasn't even asleep. It was a photo op, maybe.
Yes.
No, Ziggy, I don't know if you heard or not, but
so
I was talking about the different dogs.
Historically, what has been Fred's relationship with his Uncle Paul?
So, and I'm going by, maybe, like I said, after things calm down, he'll come in here maybe.
See, that's the questions I had. What can you tell me about the family? What's his relationship like?
So what he's told me, he hasn't talked to him since that phone call, and he didn't show up to the funeral for his brother's funeral, that Paul guy. So when they have a strained relationship, because when Fred was in his 20s, Paul accused them of stealing weed or something. So Fred's family is big into, you know, many of them were big into selling. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus and shit, you know.
No, I get it.
Very, very long time ago. He probably doesn't even do it anymore. I'm just saying, like,
So when this man, if he's 80 right now, you telling me when this man was 60 years old, he was selling pot and Fred stole some pot from him, and the whole family used to sell things, but they don't anymore, and they have a strained relationship. And on the live that we covered that happened the day of the raid, she claimed that Fred had called all of his family and his family had said that nothing had happened. But now all of a sudden things did happen and you've talked to him about it? What the fuck? Let's talk about the robbery that went wrong. Sorry, Caps. Did Dawn and Annie get a delivery? What robbery that went wrong? I don't know. Yep, deflection. That's what I'm seeing too, Mela's mom.
He accused Fred, and then he found out who it was. But in the meantime, while he was accusing Fred, it caused a lot of rift in the family and stuff. And yeah, they just haven't been cool, really. I mean, they just haven't really talked much.
Damn.
But I do know, and I'm not just saying this, I'm just telling you guys what I know. I know, like, people are gonna be like, I do know Andy used to do dealings with him back in the day. I don't know about recently or anything. Yep. He used to be, Paul and Andy used to be like pretty close, and Paul, Andy's mom. But I don't think, like, if you look underneath those comments and stuff, did you guys read those comments of that post and everybody talking about Paul? I really doubt this Paul guy is like involved in any way, I would bet it would have to be somebody around him.
Okay. So
Maybe like Fred.
the other thing was just kind of tracking down, and it's hard for me to dictate between what's factual, what's opinion. So did the dogs hit on Fred's property by the cars or anywhere on his property?
There was this thin dog hit by like up. I don't want to say it wrong because I'm the one that's freaking said it completely wrong. And it was I think at the bottom of the drive. No, I don't want to say it wrong.
It was this dog right here, Ziggy.
It wasn't it. I think he said something by the bridge right there, right?
Yeah, there was definitely on the bridge.
Okay.
And then at the top of, yes, there was an area somewhere at the up the driveway up 207 a little bit. But you guys got to remember, Candace was there too while he was gone. So, well, Candace stopped there at it was around 5:30. That guy Chad, he had stopped by there to, I guess we assume, to get drugs.
Okay.
And he never usually carried a phone. That's why people are having the hardest time getting a hold of him now. Like, he's just a hermit type.
Yep.
And he would just show up to purchase drugs and stuff. And he had stopped by that day to, get something. And Fred wasn't there. And when he was there, Candace had stopped by and asked, but Fred didn't know, like, when he finally got back that evening, he didn't know that Chad had been there, like, right away. So
Fred's security system, to whatever effect that was,
it was like those were trail cams.
Okay. So it didn't like shoot a signal to him and say, hey, people are on your property.
No.
Okay.
Like, he would, I hope he does come in here since things have calmed down. I know he was just not wanting to argue.
No, I get it.
So
when remember in the video, you guys' first interview,
I was muted, sorry. BK, I think, is the person on the panel that's asking questions. Benny Keys, I think is his name. Mary Ziggy, deflect blame on our platform. Maybe Paul found something and he tipped off the tip line. Great question. Eric said, it's possible one of them came down her road, either distracted driving and possibly hit her and panicked, or did they see her regularly unattended, so they took her one day? Both of those things could be possible. I didn't see any evidence that Summer Wells knew the family. Oh, yeah, for the Sean, yeah.
Interaction. He said there was a vehicle down in here, and for the life of him, he couldn't remember what it was, but he could remember everything else. Was that vehicle, did he ever go back on his cards and see what that vehicle was?
Yeah, I think the one that he couldn't, for the life of him. Now, he couldn't. I think that was that the Mississippi, that girl in from Mississippi. They were saying that she was in from college, and that she was cleared supposedly. But hold on, let me.
So here's the thing, everybody. We want everybody to understand that we're not out here trying to get anyone. And you can hear me, right, Benny?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure because it wasn't showing up on mine that my audio was working. Again, and I'm glad Ziggy came up. A lot of people in chat. Honestly. Yeah, I am too. A lot of people, I know a lot of people want to hear Fred, and I understand Fred's way about it. I do understand Fred's way.
Okay, so they blame Candace for the dogs tracking up his driveway. It's ridiculous. Whose driveway? Paul's driveway, the uncle, or Fred's driveway? That is, the dogs are trained to just pick up the scent of Summer, not Candace. So I would think if they went up that driveway, it's chasing Summer, not Candace. Don definitely would go party in town, hotels, etc. He was probably up to all sorts. Really? That's interesting. BK is the one who did the interview on the phone with the lady who has a daughter the same age as Summer. Why did Grandis disappear right after Summer went missing? Good question. There is an Amber Alert, and they talked about a red truck, but that's all I know.
way about it. But I know that everybody wants to hear Fred. I've got a ton of messages. Let Fred talk. Let Fred talk. But sometimes that you got to take what you can get, folks. And here's the thing: we're not trying to push nobody. Go ahead.
He told me he might come in and speak up, a little bit. So
yeah, let him know that we're not trying to do anything. I already told everybody. I talked to Hawkins County. They told me today that it was scent dogs. It was not cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs wasn't even brought in until later on during the searches. That's a fact.
So evidently it was scent dogs, not cadaver dogs. So that means they thought that Summer Wells was still alive and possibly on the property.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like it makes sense.
Fred might have said cadaver dogs the first interview. And did he know immediately that I was recording him at first? I didn't really straight up tell him, but he pretty much, knew. Like, I told you.
But you went in. I remember when you recorded him. It was when you first talked to him and you cut the live off, right?
Well, I went down to Tennessee many times. Like, first time was January of 2022 when I first met him. And that was the first time, and I didn't straight up say at first that I was recording him. But towards the end, I let him know that I had recorded because I was like, actually, okay, he's pretty cool. He probably won't really care anyways, and because he seemed very open with the information and stuff. So, but I didn't say like I was, about YouTube or anything. I don't think.
Right.
I don't remember.
No, yeah, you were like, I have a YouTube channel. And,
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So no, it for me.
That's right. You're right. I did because I asked if he knew who I was.
Yes. For me, it was like I'm seeing a whole bunch of stuff like it feels like brand new eyes, but then again, like I'm 4.5 years behind, right? And so, forgive me if I'm coming off the wrong way. I'm just like really super.
So that's where I'm at. I'm 4.5 years behind trying to figure this out. This is on Earnie Shells' channel. The name of this channel is Unlock Your Reality.
Super confused because now I feel like I don't understand anything that I know. What I think I know, I don't understand any of it now. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's not. But so some of this stuff, like you could see that anytime that there's any movement with the Wells stuff, Summers stuff, it tries to hang up in the clouds for as long as it can, and then it comes.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit. The channel link is pinned at the top of the chat box.
Comes crashing down, and then this whole place, it implodes and turns inside out. And that's why I had spoken with Tiffany and I had spoken with Ernie and a few other people. And I said, man, I really wished that I know that the police have, they have to have this sense of transparency. However, I feel like this wasn't useful, right? Like this whole search thing, it wasn't useful. Then they, then the WICB or whatever it is, the news lady goes on and she gives an exact address and she gives, pictures and says who the home is registered to. And I'm like,
there's a lot of people upset that are like, I guess because he's a really a really good person, and if you look in the comments, there's a lot of people upset. But like, I think a lot of people, I kind of feel like, yeah, somebody from what I'm seeing and what people were saying, yeah, somebody could have taken advantage of this guy's niceness or something, or had some kind of access to his property.
And that was my main thing. And anyone that I talked to privately would tell you, like, the reason I didn't want to jump on and do any Google Earth stuff is how I explained it was like the hot cold game, right? Remember when you were little, you close your eyes and you're looking for something, and your mom might say, "You're getting warmer, you're getting warmer, you're getting colder." And I felt like if this whole thing happened, even with the time lapse of 5 or 6 days, I felt like there was always the possibility that if they didn't find anything or didn't find what they went there looking for or was told was there, if there is genuinely something in the area. Now, my concern is that the FBI and the TBI, these people aren't going to stay there 24 hours. They got to leave. They got to go home. So once they see everybody clear out, if there's something there, they could go move it, right?
I wonder if
well, what does that have to do with looking up the property? Because again, if you look up the property, this 3510 shows up sometimes. See, when you are just looking, 3510 shows up, and the only other address is 3537. And then the lady on the news, like he said, actually put it out. So people are going to look. They said 3500 block of Van Hill Road. And we already knew because people had stated there was a heavy police presence. And then the TBI released a statement. I don't think, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing that people look up properties. I looked it up because I'm nosy and I want to know. That's why I did it.
Like, I wonder if we, because of the public, like there's a lot of people upset about this guy's name. I wonder if, you know, we can get enough people.
Ziggy said that people would come on his property and leave like in a little box money for lumber. I don't know if that's how that works. I don't know if that's true. I'm sorry. I think Fred looks pretty bad. Because I know around here, like, people will put chicken eggs, farm fresh eggs out, and like there's a little box where you pay for it, and it's the honor system too. Hannah said, does anyone believe Ziggy? It's okay if you do. I'm just intrigued to know. Yeah, we're kind of learning about this. We don't know much about it. Well, small channel for this amount of drama on a panel. Yeah, but evidently they're well known in the case, I think. Where have you been? Said it had some clothes in it. I don't know. I think when people tell you who you are, you believe them. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
People to get on law enforcement to try to tell us more. I don't know. I mean,
Right.
and not to say like, oh, anything.
No, I understand, you know, and that's where I'm torn, right? I'm torn between wanting a
Yep.
finality of whatever sort for summer for it to be over, and for the justice phase to start if there is truly, you know, an offender that needs to be brought to justice. But I just feel like there's so many things from the onset all the way through and towards the end of all of these cases that just shouldn't be for the internet, right? Because
So Mrs. North said, you know what makes this even worse? Ziggy definitely knew about this part of Fred's family, knew Fred and Andy B were related. She had a lady on her channel doing the genealogy. So even if she knew about this person and that Fred and them were related, what does that mean? Like, because she did in the beginning, she said, we don't know who lives there. And then she was like, that's his uncle and that's his cousin, talking about, she said this was his uncle's house and then that this was his cousin's house right here, but these are the 3400 block. And she was like, but we talked to them and they haven't talked about there being a raid today. So, and then you find out that it was a raid and it was his uncle's house. That makes me even more suspicious. But if you're talking about she shouldn't have known about this address before, if you're talking about before there was a tip, I mean, yeah, she knew about the address, but nobody knew to look there until we got the tip. Direct current, good to see you. It's part of the mission for us searching and praying. Ziggy is freaking out. I think it's a bit funny. She is freaking the fuck out.
because
She calmed down
you know,
now, but
it really just it's giving you a skylight into a situation that really isn't any of our business, right? And I think that this
I
is case in
agree.
point,
Hey, Mr.
right? Like this is
Firefly.
it. Now the Fields Road deal, when there was that, actually that was a search and potentially on someone's property that we all know, and that they actually made
November 13th.
they made media, they published media saying that they possibly found digital forensic evidence. It didn't get any of the press that this got because there was so much going on in the early stages. Like that search way back then with the possible digital evidence seemingly was worth way more than what this is now to me, right? Because if they would have found Summer running around kicking a ball over there at Paul Hills, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. So you know, if did they find something that's not going to be what we all want and we just don't know yet? I don't know. But now what's happened is Paul has this sort of buddy system for wood. You know, he's got some ponds, or there's by little bodies of water there. It could be people coming and going. There could be hunters.
He does also have the meat, too, like where he processes meat. So I could see why that would be suspicious to people. But I would think I would look into people tied to him, not directly him. I don't know him. Okay. I'm
right.
why, like, what I'm
okay, but nobody knew about the meat processing facility until you came up on this panel and spoke about it. And when people look into people related to him, like Fred Hill, you come on panel and absolutely lose your ever loving fucking mind. Running Bear said Ziggy hates that Benny came back to YouTube. He's much smarter and has more respect for Summer. Yep. That's what I'm seeing. Only my first time watching her, and I wanted to ask questions, but you had to be active for 5 hours to comment anything. Oh, wow. I didn't know that, CM.
I'm reading about what the locals are saying about him, what I'm hearing from what Fred knows about him and stuff. It just, I mean, and the reason why I brought up the Cody content, you know, was because I mean, I can tell you privately, but truly, we were really wanting to stay out of that. And,
I completely get it, but I think for me, you know, with the way American criminal justice is set up,
out there, you know, I mean,
right. It's innocence before guilt, right? So now even this
really?
Paul Hill,
you think so, Mary?
at least as far as the internet is concerned, there's a crosshair on Paul Hill, right? He's become public enemy #1 to a lot of people on the internet.
Not Paul, Fred. It's always been about Fred. KLM said Fred's property was a mess and he decided to tidy it up by trashing cars the day Summer goes missing. I didn't know that. That's fucking sus as fuck. What is suspicious is Fred, who is they are new about the good faith. Oh, Fred knew about the good faith system. Yeah. I don't doubt that.
And some of those people,
imagine, from what my understanding, actually, there's people mad that are knowing Paul and blaming Fred for this, for the shit Paul's getting, like Fred, you know, because that's what I was seeing in the comments is like people basically insinuating that it was something that came from Fred. You know, Fred doesn't know anything about there. We haven't been focused on that area at all. Like that's what was so out of left field for us. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Besides the trip to Baileyton, I guess there's something about a trip to I was telling me about that. There's something about Baileyton that could, you know, where Don. Oh, and
that's where Don would go, was Baileyton.
And people are saying that supposedly Don crashed his vehicle on this guy's property, and this tall guy gave him a ride home.
Wait a minute,
which is weird because if that's true, that would be.
Now keep in mind this is from Ziggy. She might be trying to cover for Fred. We don't know.
The trip to Baileyton. I guess there's something about a trip to, or Fred was telling me about that. There's something about Baileyton that could, you know, where Don. Oh, and
that's where Don would go, was Baileyton.
And people are saying that supposedly Don crashed his vehicle on this guy's property, and this tall guy gave him a ride home. Which is weird because if that's true, that would be just like very close to where he got the DUI. You know, so he crashed his Subaru at Paul Hill supposedly, and then also got his DUI right there at Widow Hollow and Van.
But like for Don,
so that's what y'all were saying earlier. That's where Don allegedly got the DUI, and now evidently Paul gave him a ride. But is she just trying to throw the scent off Fred, or should we be looking into Don for this too? But I mean, Summer wasn't with him when he got the DUI or anything, I would think.
That's like a major thoroughfare. Also understanding that like Don was on a live stream when he got the DUI, like he was going to get cigarettes. So like to me, Van Hill doesn't have like I get it, like a lot of conspiracy people on the side of conspiracy, they want to make Van Hill something. And then in the dismissal of the protection order, they put Van Hill. I've even heard people say Candace wrote their address down as Van Hill. That was not Candace's handwriting at all, right? So there's a lot of speculation about Van Hill, and what I can tell just by looking at the map, and I actually had been on the road before, back when I went, as I was looking at people's Google Earth streams, I'm like, yeah, no, I've been right there. You know, not necessarily right there, but a lot of the stuff they're showing, like I passed by it driving around and stuff. But a lot of people are placing a lot of empty emphasis, in my opinion, on the whole Van Hill Road, right? There's people running off to the left and the right and down the middle saying this has to be it because, well, Don got his DUI on Van Hill. Like there could be 100 different, you know, maybe Don knows when he's drunk, he goes down Van Hill because there's less cops, or, you know, maybe he knows this store is open and going this way, there's no store open. I don't know what it is exactly, but I don't find it to be so significant that Don had a DUI on that road, right? Like to me, it doesn't weigh up to anything, right?
Except the only thing about that is, is that he travels that road. I think he was going to get cigarettes, so that would show that that's probably where he goes normally for cigarettes. Because if that's where he's going that night, then he probably traveled a lot, like you were saying. So,
you know, I don't know, in not knowing anything about Paul, and you know, I'm not even going to delve into him. I've never been one that does the background searches, and I have showed some background searches, but it's stuff that other people sent to me, right? I don't hold any account with any of that stuff. I don't care about who Paul Hill is in his past. Like, I'm just waiting for the police to do their job. I think before, you know, I would have maybe jumped in and said, well, hey, somebody find out about Paul Hill. Like, I don't know anything about the guy. And all I can say in the hunt of innocence before guilt, like, the guy is innocent, right? He's not been brought up on any charges. He's not been brought to jail. You know, maybe some of the locals could say, like, I don't think they're probably staking out his house. It could just be a routine thing that someone said, hey, there's XYZ on Van Hill. You need to go check it out. And they did just that.
I don't know about it being a routine thing, though. It's got to be something important because, you know, it does have to be something, though, because there's a lot of people that have turned in tips and they don't even freaking respond usually most of the time. Or if they do, you wouldn't know. So I really do think it's something, but they must have had some kind of good, like, something pretty relevant for them to, I don't know what I'm hearing conflicting things. Like, were they really digging stuff? Is that true? Like, if that's, I mean,
yeah, I think, you know, when it all boils down at the end of the day, the only thing that any of us
Now is she digging for information? Oh, this is long.
really know is that they were there and they performed some sort of search. I don't think there's any conclusive proof to say they even went in the man's house or any structures on his property. All we know is that, you know, the locals say, right? The locals say that's what the WYCB lady or whatever, she said locals told her that this was the address they were at. That could have been very well true. There's a possibility, I think, that they could have parked anywhere along that stretch and blocked it off and went on many different properties, right? So, yeah, so I guess the only thing that upsets me is for Paul Hill, because he really has, if he has nothing to do with anything nefarious, he has a bullseye on his back now, right? And I get it. It's people jumping the gun. They want answers. They want transparency. But look at the Michael Vaughn situation, right? The Michael Vaughn situation.
I'm going to skip it ahead a little bit.
Something, and hopefully maybe by this man getting, you know, harassed, maybe law enforcement will come out and say something. I don't know. Like,
you know,
that feels to me like she's fishing for information. I wonder what she knows about Fred, what he's confessed to her over the years, and if she knows something nefarious. You don't bring in large team of feds to stand around for a chat. That's absolutely true. Y'all were saying that there allegedly could be something that was found. I think she's desperate to find his doctor, even if he was a shitty father. I think he's heartbroken. Oh yeah.
Came out and told any truth about. I mean, I've been hoping that they would do that with Fred for so long, and they haven't. So, but this is an old man. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, so I got a question. I got a question. And this goes back to the tree business and stuff. You remember that, Ziggy?
Yeah.
The tree guys was there. Was Paul Hill there during this time, or was that?
No, I don't. No, Paul isn't part of any tree. Well, he has that lumber business. That's right. So
He's got the lumber business now.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So here's what.
Okay, what the fuck? Why did she say Paul isn't part of any lumber? And oh wait, yeah, he's got a lumber business. Now I feel like you're just lying to be lying. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm not believing a word this woman says. I think they're both digging too, and I'm here for it. Maybe Paul is the tipster. I don't know.
Here's what questions I've got. They're saying it's like a butcher shop,
Remember, I interviewed with I ran into a couple of the tree people that were there, and
oh yeah, I've got that. That's what we listened to today. We listened to that. So was that about? So let me. My question is this: someone said a specific person was there, but if it was by the county, was that on the county? Because the county at this time, that person wouldn't have been allowed to work for the county unless he was doing community service. Was that what the deal was?
It was a different tree cutting company. The
it was
tree cutting
Davies.
company that was at the wells was Davies or something like that.
Okay, cool deal.
Yeah, and also from what, and Fred's not in here right now. He did try to come in here, but he can't hear from my computer. It's too low. But maybe he'll come back here. But
CM said, she said last night Fred doesn't go online because he doesn't know anything about computers. But in my opinion, allowing her to submit tips to the TBI is her way of twisting words in the narrative. It seems like she's digging for information here, and she wants to throw the TBI off the scent of Fred. So they're calling in these random tips. I mean, again, she even called one in last night after the show. People were asking the last time we sent a tip in. Well, today. The last time before this was December of 2024. Fred nor I had anything to do with the Van Hill tip and are completely speculating just like all of you. This current tip that I just sent in has nothing to do with the current search efforts or any of the people that have been mentioned in the last couple of days. Literally none of them. People are starting to get scared and are making stupid moves. Just know us other people are watching and waiting. I think it's her that's getting scared and making stupid moves again.
From what was I going to say about from what Fred told me, they don't do that kind of, like, they're not contracted. That one hill tree company, like, they don't contract out, so they wouldn't have been called out there. You know, that was something contracted by the wouldn't that be contracted by the city or county, like you were just saying?
The county would be we would contract that out.
I don't think they get contracted from what Fred was. I don't think, but I don't know how much he would really know about that tree business. But it's just a private company. Davies is something that's a much bigger tree company. Like,
so I got the official. So here's something too. I got the official time that the dogs were out there at Fred's in the morning. It was 10:23 a.m. It is on the 16th, and the earlier part of the 16th, or early morning, 10:23 a.m. Fred had told me it had been about 10 o'clock. It was actually about 10:23. That's when they pulled up with the dogs. That's when the dogs was there on the next morning on the 16th. Just to clear it up, if y'all need records on that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry how I came on here. I feel really bad that I got upset and like that.
See, in my opinion, she's spiraling. She's spiraling because she knows more information. Fred might have told her something or whatever, and now they've gone to search a property where 27 acres, I do believe. This is 3510. I'll pull it up in just a second, but it's like 27 acres or something. And if people go on there all the time, let's put ourselves in the shoes of having committed a crime, whether by accident or on purpose, right? And we have this family member that's only 10 miles up the road, okay? And we know that they have a logging service, and it works on the honor system where people can just go pick up wood and put money in a drop box. Well, then, you know, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to speculate that maybe something happened at Fred's house since he lives next door or something, whatever. And then he knows that he could go only 10 miles up the road. That's a short distance to have to drive. You don't have to go through town, I'm assuming, or anything. So it would be easy to hide something in a vehicle or someone in a vehicle long enough to get to that property, go on that property, and do something. And then if something ever came of it, it's like, well, everybody's allowed on that property. Everybody goes on that property, even if it was 4.5 years ago when people would go on and off that property, and he could have hid something there. That's where I'm going with it.
No, I understand. I completely do.
And I don't encourage anybody to contact people's probation officers, guys. We could handle it differently. I just got my
quickly. God gave us one mouth and two ears because we're supposed to listen twice as much as we speak. You don't just go, you think before you speak, and she did not.
Sometimes that's the thing. That's why, like,
Why?
I do better not impromptu stuff like this. I get mad and I can't
didn't
think
know
of
that.
I don't.
Let me say this, Ziggy. You have a loved one now that's in your family, and we understand. I can understand why you would be upset. Or I can.
Guys, like, he's a really, really good person, and that's why I back him so strongly. And I understand, like, a lot of women back their men even when they're not good people. But I'm just not one of those. I would never. I'm just not like that. I used my ex. He lied every freaking day. My God.
Right.
All the time. And Fred is a very honest person, and his memory, I have noticed, is really, really good. Now, when it comes to hearing,
okay, you've lied several times just since you've been on the panel that I've caught you in.
He could get something wrong when it comes to hearing, maybe because.
Right. Well, and here's the thing, Ziggy, you have to understand these people in chat, it ain't that they don't, okay, so they've not been like what we have been. We're YouTube creators. We understand how people are. We understand how people do, and we understand we have limitations, and we understand what we're able to do and what we can't do. See, these people in chat, they're wanting to hear from Fred himself. They're always they're always saying, well, Ziggy's up there and she's answering the questions for Fred. and Fred's never answering the questions. And they don't understand that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading a comment. Like people make up. If somebody just sent me a comment where a certain person was saying they go around and say things like, "Oh, just making up stuff." Sorry, I got
The detective gave the tip. Where'd you get that from? Do you got any receipts of that, love?
distracted, but but yeah, I know. I don't know where he is right now. He got pretty upset because of how things were going. But hold on.
Well, here's the thing. We're not trying to get him or nothing. We're not trying to do anything like that. He was talking to me in Messenger, and I was having a great conversation with him. As a matter of fact, I mean, I did all this so we could clear this up about this.
Yeah, but I was just live right before this, and he's always like he's talking in the background. Anybody can always come in and ask him questions when I'm live.
What did she? I'll back it up a little bit. What did she lie? What did she get caught?
So sorry, I got distracted, but but yeah, I know. I don't know where he is right now. He got pretty upset because of how things were going. But hold on.
Well, here's the thing. We're not trying to get him or nothing. We're not trying to do anything like that.
She said, "I don't know where he's at right now. He got pretty upset because of things was going on." Fred doesn't have to answer to any of us. He doesn't. Back it up a little more. Okay. Oh no, hold on. I pushed the X. Hold on just a minute. No, not that one. Where? Oh, what the crap. Here it is. Dang it. Yeah, that's where we're at. Hold on. I pushed the X instead of the back. Okay.
Like that.
No, I understand. I completely do.
And I don't encourage anybody to contact people's probation officers, guys. We could handle it differently. I just got mad. Sometimes that's the thing. That's why, like, I do better not impromptu stuff like this. I get mad and I can't think of what I don't.
Let me say this, Ziggy. You have a loved one now that's in your family, and we understand. I can understand why you would be upset for. I can.
Guys, like he's a really, really good person, and that's why I back him so strongly. And I understand, like a lot of women back their men, even when they're not good people. But I'm just not one of those. I would never. I'm just not like that. I used my ex. He lied every freaking day. My God.
Right.
All the time. And Fred is a very honest person, and his memory, I have noticed, is really, really good. Now, when it comes to hearing, he could get something wrong when it comes to hearing, maybe because.
Right. Well, and here's the thing, Ziggy, you have to understand these people in chat. It ain't that they don't. Okay, so they've not been like what we have been. We're YouTube creators. We understand how people are. We understand how people do, and we understand we have limitations, and we understand what we're able to do and what we can't do. See, these people in chat, they're wanting to hear from Fred himself. They're always they're always saying, well, Ziggy's up there and she's answering the questions for Fred, and Fred's never answering the questions. And they don't understand that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading a comment. Like people make up.
So she's dodging the question of why Fred can't ever answer any questions. And that's weird for me too, because I mean, she says, "Oh, you can message him and ask him questions on Messenger." I asked her if I could talk to her even through email, not necessarily on anybody's panel, and I never responded, which again, I mean, I don't care. Why would you respond to me? I'm just a small channel, but I don't think that if anybody can ask him questions through Messenger, if they try that, I don't think they're getting a response or something, because there's some reason and that they feel like they can't talk to him, and she seems to be talking for him every time I see her, and that's because I have to question, because she wants to be the center of attention, or she is talking to Fred in the background and pretending he's not there.
somebody just sent me a comment where a certain person was saying, they go around and say things like, oh, just making up stuff. Sorry, I got distracted, but but yeah, I know. I don't know where he is right now. He got pretty upset because of how things were going, but hold on.
Well,
She says, I don't know where he's at, but you know he's in your house with you.
here's the thing. We're not trying to get him or nothing. We're not trying to do anything like that. He was talking to me in Messenger, and I was having a great conversation with him. As a matter of fact, I mean, I did all this so we could clear this up about this.
Yeah, but I was just live right before this, and he's always like, he's talking in the background. Anybody can always come in and ask him questions when I'm live and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? He doesn't really like being tricked, being unprompted. He's not like us. He's very, 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 he's not like one that likes a lot of attention and stuff. So,
I mean, but if anybody can come in and ask him any questions, why do people have so many problems with her channel specifically? I don't feel like that's true. I feel like people get blocked if they ask the wrong questions. He can't be a good man and possibly had a terrible he can be a good man and possibly had a terrible accident or made some really nasty choices regarding a child. Yeah. I've never seen Fred on camera, just heard him. I don't know where he is right now, but she just spoke to him. You can hear the microwave. Yep. We definitely hear him in the background. Yep. Every time Fred speaks, I think he's impersonating Forrest Gump. But don't you think she would message you back and pretend to be Fred? Yeah. Yeah, Ziggy, if you are reading me, maybe rethink your mission. Okay? Right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I'm not trying to put it. We're not trying to put him in nothing.
you know, I have to pretty much beg him. You know, I have to kind of do it in a like laid back type way and just kind of go live, and he'll kind of be hanging around, and you know, so that's how I get him to participate in mine. And like, as far as it took a lot of convincing for the Donna and Lauren, even the share. That's why it was so disappointing with shares, because like we really wanted this lie detector test, you know.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question, because I wasn't really I heard about it, and I seen there was a big hype about it. But what was the straw that really broke the camel's back on that there?
So what they're referring to is there's something going on with Voices Behind the Wall was supposed to set up a lie detector test or something, and it didn't. She lied to the community and got a bunch of money. And going back on what Ziggy said, I have to go live and he'll kind of be in the background or whatever. I really feel like you're doing your YouTube channel, or you could have possibly married him, just speculating, because you wanted to be the only person with access to him. And the live that we're going to talk about briefly after we talk about this was titled something about like that he's not a circus act or something to that effect. I don't think that anybody wants him to be a circus act. I think people want to ask him questions and not get blocked in your chat when they ask him questions. It's like you wanted to be the only one with the keys to be able to talk to Fred, and you made sure that you were going to be the only one. Why? For money? For clicks? For views?
I mean, what happened?
Like so we told her from the beginning, like she knew about Fred's ID situation and he didn't have one.
Exactly.
We even told her, she acted like it wasn't going to be a big deal, like that she would figure it out. Like I said, you know, I told him what we had the birth certificate and everything. Well, it was like literally a week before we were supposed to do it. She tells us, oh, we have to have the ID. There's no, you know, so we try and go get it. And then they say, you know, and we record our visit, and they even give it to her to show people like exactly what happened. And they said we had to have a social security. It's been a big runaround. Okay. This person, so right when she found out we couldn't get the ID right then, she panicked, basically just like.
That's what I think.
Okay, so are you saying somebody named Andy Paul is in chat? Because that's Paul Hill, right? Is that what we look?
No.
Paul, aka Andy Paul. Oh, okay. So they're going back to his. Okay, I see what you're saying, guys. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see. Sorry about that. So let's say this right here. So Okay, so polygraph test, $450, $500, right? And it was going to be Andy Bernard and Fred Hill with the test, right?
Right.
What about if I say I'll take my company, I'll take my people and sponsors and cover all of that? Would Fred take a polygraph test and would Andy? Could we do the same thing, people? Because I don't care to cover that. I could cover that.
I mean, if you guys have something set as a legit polygraph, like I know Fred would do it.
I feel like you're saying that right now. I'd love to see that happen. Didn't Ziggy get banned for calling the jail because she was live streaming it? I know there's a video of or a recording where she was talking to Fred, so it's possible, but I don't know. Fred's sister has proven Fred has an ID. A person has to have it for his probation and proof of residency. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Interest.
Okay, well, I mean, I can. Okay. So let's say that we could work with that. We could probably work with something like that as long as we want it to be legit. Everything to be legit. It'll be someone from Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. Lori, I know that you said that what does this have to do with Summer? Still not learning anything about Summer Wells' investigation. I'm sorry you're not here for this live. You don't have to be here for this live. I get it. But it's important to me because the property that was just searched is in direct correlation with Fred Hill. And I'm trying to learn about Fred Hill because Fred Hill could, in my opinion, have been the one to hurt Summer Wells. So it's related to Summer Wells' case by proxy. I'm trying to learn about Fred Hill. And the only way we can learn about Fred Hill is through Ziggy, because Ziggy holds the keys to Fred Hill and she won't let anybody ask him questions. So we're listening to this to kind of get a backstory and more information on Fred Hill, who could be the one who hurt Summer Wells, especially considering that it was his uncle's property that was just recently searched. You are free to share your opinion. I don't mind that at all. Just try to do it respectfully.
Someone who's registered, licensed.
It to be two different people because, like, we're up here in Indiana and he's down there in Tennessee. So.
Okay. So you can't try. You have to have somebody in Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay.
Permission and all that stuff from his probation officer. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we'd have to get permission from his probation officer and all that too, as well.
Yeah, move to go out of state. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, to go out of state. Everyone is a suspect, but the property that was just searched is directly correlated to Fred. That's why I'm looking into Fred right now.
No. Well, so you say we could do it in Indiana, right?
Yeah,
like Indiana.
Yeah.
Hey, Lay.
Okay. Let me look into that. Let me look into that and see what we could do with that. Let me look into that.
There's several that people have gotten hold of that said that they would work with us and, they'll take his birth certificate. I mean, he's clearly who he says he is. So
obviously, yeah. So he does have a birth certificate, you're saying?
Yeah. And then he has a picture on his phone of his old Tennessee paper ID.
Okay. So
sorry, I'm feeling I'm probably gonna go here. I'm feeling pretty kind of bummed how that all went down. And
I can understand it. I understand. There was a lot of people who want to ask, was wanting to talk to you about it. Yeah.
I'm pretty, I don't know. I'm not mad at you. I'm just pretty upset with myself getting.
You jumped the gun, Ziggy. You jumped the gun.
Well, no, he clearly was pushing my buttons, but I know how Benny is.
He's Benny Keys. What do you expect?
I know, but it's okay. I mean, I just don't like I've worked so hard for so long to get this.
What is that tip, KLM?
So much confusion in this case,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It's frustrating, to have to keep going over the same things over and over, and people just intentionally, because they don't like me, they want to just.
Okay, I didn't know anything about you. I had no idea who the fuck you were at all whatsoever. I just knew that if I wanted to know who Fred Hill was, I could directly talk to you. And I reached out and I tried And there was, this is the only way I know how to do it now. And you don't like people talking about the same thing over and over again. This is a new lead. This is a new thing in 4.5 years that's directly related to Fred. And Candace liked to go fishing there, from what I understand. So it could be directly related to Candace too. I don't know. Right now, all I know is the Fred correlation, and we could look into the ponds and things because of Candace. But as far as I know, I need to be looking into this because Fred could have put her there, or Candace could have. So right now I'm looking into Fred. I don't know anything about Ziggy, and I tried to find out by talking to her directly, but no response.
Just intentionally put, say certain things about Fred instead of actually looking at the evidence. It doesn't even make sense to me why anybody is even, I guess people don't know Fred like I know him.
I tried.
I try to think of it like that.
She didn't
Hold on a
respond.
minute, Cass. I'm not talking about having no donations. I ain't worried about that part. I mean, hell, I've got like $6,000 or something coming. I wouldn't care to, put that out there to help out with a polygraph test. If it's going to bring out peace, and if it's going to bring out some kind of understanding and clarity to the people, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't care a bit to even do that. But I would like to go a step further. I would like to have, maybe have a polygraph test with Fred, Andy Bernard, and Candace. That was what I'd want. I'd want Candace involved in it too. I've been talking to Candace on Messenger. I mean, maybe we could do something like, maybe we could, I'd probably have to pay her to get that done. Oh, but we could probably do something like that. It's not impossible, Ziggy. I mean, it's not impossible at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'd be big for the community. So a lot of people are asking for Ziggy, about they're actually asking you this. They're saying, whenever you're up or Fred's wanting to talk or something, you don't never let him talk, but you talk for him. Is that true? No. I don't know, because
No, it's not true. They're just trying to fucking talk shit. It's not true. Fred is half deaf. A lot of times I have to repeat himself. I do think, like Benny says, that sometimes I just answer things because I feel like I know the answer or whatever. And he has, sometimes, but I've been really aware of that. I mean, you could watch.
Thank you.
Donna and the Lauren one we did. Yeah. I don't feel like I do that at all. Sometimes I have to repeat things because.
Well, that's what I heard. I heard when Donna done the live that Fred was very fluent and he was able to talk to her and do things. So, I mean, is that I just don't understand, because I know, that a lot of people have been
So he's referencing Donna Serafina, and I know because of the other lives she does, she says they won't talk to anybody unless it's Sweetie Pilo. So again, you're not letting everybody who has questions ask questions. You're letting only people that won't ask questions, the hard questions, talk to him or have anything to do with asking questions to him. You are the go-between for all the questions. And if you're blocking people from chat and not letting them ask their questions, then that's a fucking problem, in my opinion.
You mean, like, if Fred comes up, is Ziggy gonna come? I don't know anything about that. I've watched it a couple of times.
Nobody asked him to do this. Like, you guys pretty much you forced it. You told him that you were going to be on to cut, that you just wanted him in chat to verify something, and then you just sprung this on us.
Well, see, I've asked him to come on panel before, and he wouldn't.
Him if he doesn't want to. I mean, I can't help it though. Like that, he's messaging you, and he'll send you voice messages and everything that you could use.
Yeah, right. I understand that. Hold on one second.
I understand it for his views and stuff, guys, but he's just not like a show, a freaking circus act.
Right. And I don't want to treat it as a circus thing at all.
I don't think anybody's trying to treat it as a circus act. I think people just have questions that they want answers from, and they want to ask him. And I even said in my comment, it would be fine if you could ask him the questions. I'm just trying to understand all the people involved in this and how you're directly correlated to it.
I don't want to do that at all. Like, it literally, I talked to Hawkins. I talked to the people I talked to some of the people that were there who had the dogs, who knows about the dogs. And they said in the beginning, there was no cadaver dogs. They were scent dogs. They were searching, they were scent dogs. And actually, one of them was a DEA dog. Did you know that?
I probably, Fred probably knew that, but Fred's upset. I think I'm going to go.
Okay, I understand, and but I think it.
Back, he messaged me and says, I think you should say, I think maybe when things calm down or something, maybe, and when we do this the right way.
Okay, so Fred now has messaged you and said that he's upset and you need to go. Yet he's in the house and you could talk to him just a second ago and the microwave was going in the background. Oh my God. I might have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. Jesus.
You know, I understand that you want him up here and stuff and you want to answer questions, but like, I'm live all the time. People can come in my chat and like ask him stuff all the time without me interfering. People message him all the time. Benny can message him. Benny could text him. Like there's no reason for
Ziggy, let me say this. You know who I'm calling.
Like remain calm. You have people like remain calm, waiting in tow to come up here and freaking come up here and trick us. You know what I mean?
Well, I understand that. Now, you know, I have an open panel.
Okay, but if you're telling the whole truth, nothing but the fucking truth, how can you be tricked? Tricked into what? If you're asked a question and you answer it honestly, then you can't be tricked into anything. Yeah, it's giving control freak.
For everybody. But Ziggy, let me say this to you. Ziggy.
Shit. So why I don't owe her anything. These people can come in to listen to my lives. And so you set it up so to trick us, like so Fred and I would be here, and hopefully you can get these people to just come up and trick, like start asking us questions.
First off, that was not set up for that. I wasn't going to let nobody up.
How come Benny is under the impression that we told you to put out this stuff about this guy? Like when it was
okay, so Cody just messaged me, Ziggy. If you really want to know the truth, I'll tell you the truth.
You said Cody, the Kingsport one.
But see, Fred told me that he was part of the gang as well. Oh, hold on a minute, guys. But he told me, I got the message. He told me he was part of the gang as well. See, that's what I don't understand. And that's why I even started looking into Cody for Ziggy.
Fred told you that guy was in the gang too? How would he? Why? When? Are you going by his tattoos or something? Fred only knows, or was only talking about, I don't know if they're in the same, if he told you he wasn't, he's trying to change his life around, maybe it's true. Fred doesn't know. I don't know if he knows both the Cody Comptons or if I just thought.
Right there, she just said Fred doesn't know, but she's answering for him. Again, like I'm assuming she does on our panel. I want to know when there is proof from Ziggy's on stream with both Laura and Fred speaking on knowing Cotton before the disappearance while lying about it now. Great question. I don't know. Yeah, she dominated the conversation. Who's tricking her? But again, if you're going on a panel, even if people are coming up to ask you questions that you don't necessarily want to answer questions for, if you're telling the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, then can't nobody trick you. How is somebody tricking you if you're telling the truth?
He knew that one. We didn't even want to talk about this, Earnie. You know that. We didn't want to freaking just randomly. We were just saying the one lives there. We're talking about the one that lives around there. That's the only reason.
Okay, no, Ziggy doesn't have to tell anybody a fucking thing, and neither does Fred. But if you're not going to tell anybody a fucking thing, or you have problems answering questions, then don't be like everybody can come over here and ask all the questions they want, and then block them from chat.
Well, Ziggy, you're trying to make me look like I'm a bad person, Ziggy. I don't like that at all, you know.
No, I'm just saying it just.
You said that I tried to set Fred up, and I did not set Fred up. I actually was trying to clear Fred on some stuff.
You see, trying to make it so Benny was here and
No. Benny had nothing to do with that. You see, that's mine and Freddie's. You see where he says both Codys is part of the same gang? What both Codys then, Ziggy? You see, that's the question: the who, what, when, where, how.
But big Codys is in the same doing about the same thing. Maybe look at their profiles.
Okay, there's nothing to do with no profile, Ziggy. That right there plainly shows you that it says something about Cody's confidence. Both Cody confidence.
That tells me that you were trying to do it set up now. When you're acting like attacking me, why are you attacking me?
Ziggy, Ziggy, let me just say this. I have a lot of pull with a lot of people. And the fact of the matter is, what gets me is there is
just keep of the net full stop. What? Hold on. Ziggy, none of them do. No, you're right. Nobody has to answer any motherfucking questions. But like I said, if you're not going to answer any questions, then stop saying that everybody can ask you all the questions. If you're not going to answer them, it's that simple.
There's a lot of things out there.
Like Fred told you that, like that's supposed to mean, like because he said that they're a part of something similar. Okay. Like you're what?
Let me see if I understand.
I'm confused why you're
off of the internet.
Why that's like
okay.
a thing. Fred never brought up that one guy, the other guy from Kingsport. That was an accident. Somebody, you must have accidentally.
Okay, so it could have been an accident, but he was the one that told me that. Ziggy, that's what
the Kingsport guy at all. He didn't tell you about Cody Compton out of Kingsport. No, he did not.
he didn't.
No, he told you about.
Then what is he say? Then what is he saying right here in this? But both Cody Compton.
That's him. That's him.
But both Cody Compton, Ziggy.
Because you brought him up and he was just responding to you, Ernie.
They're part of the same gang. You understand that, right, Ziggy? You're not going to, Ziggy, let me just say this.
Okay, why I'm noticing that when she feels cornered, she's starting to yell and get loud. And a lot of times when people do that, it's because they're lying. I don't know her. I've tried to figure out, as I've said many times, I don't know anything about her, but I don't understand why she keeps getting loud like that. Because she definitely got loud first here again.
You're not going to be
block. I'm not saying you're right about what you're saying. I'm just saying.
I know I'm right. I was a bounty hunter for 22 years. I know I'm right. I'm great at this. I am very good at when it comes to tracking people down and it comes to doxing people. I am probably one of the best on YouTube at it. I have real private investigators who work on my team, Ziggy. I have a great freaking team. And I just showed you that that's what it's meant. I don't care how you say it. If you're illiterate, I don't give a damn if you can't speak. That is exactly what he meant.
He brought you the information about the one on 3500.
Now, both Comptons. Now, okay, let's stop, Ziggy. Let's stop. But I'm going to tell you something too. Let me tell you. Allegedly, let me say this, Ziggy. Let me say this, Ziggy. Allegedly, the police found something, Ziggy, and they're going back to the labs with it. And you know what that means, don't you, Ziggy?
Oh, what?
You do understand what that means, okay? What? I'm going to say this. I'm not.
Are you still sticking by the fact that this wasn't a setup?
I didn't set you up. I didn't set Fred up.
What is this? What? It's now you're attacking me. What's going on?
If you,
Tina, nice to see you. I said exactly. I was muted. I'm sorry.
You guys think this was a setup? Put a lightning bolt in the chat. If you think it's just about the truth and making people answer and be held accountable, put a tiger in the chat. As simple as that.
This is not a game, please.
I know it's not a game. And you know what? You know what's bad about it, Ziggy? For the last 3.5, 4 years, guess who's treated it like a game?
Oh, who?
You.
Oh, so this wasn't set up. Okay, bye, Ernie.
Bye, Ziggy, and I'll tell you how you done it. You gonna stick around and let me tell you? No, I didn't think so, Ziggy. You see, Ziggy, when you're sitting there and you're trying to sell your paper and you're trying to get this birthday money and that birthday money and you're pulling this and you're pulling that and you're pulling this, guess what, guys? That's when it does not become. That's when it takes it away from Summer Wells. You're sitting there and you're selling your little notebook paper and your little computer paper and all your other stuff. You got your little whatnot running and all that. Hey, let's put this up in here. Let's do this. Let's do that. You see what I'm talking about? You see, like I said, I have nothing against Fred, but the truth will stand when the world's on fire. You either stand for something or you fall for everything, Ziggy. And guess what? You did more than fall for everything. You laid down for it. And that's what's sad. You yourself criticized your own man. You criticized your own man when you sat there before you knew who he was, before you got connected. You went up there. Oh, I didn't know I was going to get recording him. And next thing you know what was happening, Ziggy, you know what you did? You cut it off in the middle of the live, right in the middle of the live. Don't tell nobody you did, so you could fuck him. And that's exactly what you did. That's exactly. So if you want to talk about everything about principles and about morals and about caring for a little girl that went missing, let me say this. You lost. You lost bad. You see, the fact of the matter is you can hate me, you can say whatever you want to about me, but the thing about me is you will not beat my heart. You will not beat that. And let me say something.
Okay, wait a minute. She cut off in the middle of the live so she could. First of all, he's talking about birthday money. Is she one of these people? Is she a grifter? Is she raising birthday money for this and that and raising money for X, Y, and Z off of the name of Summer Wells? Because that's not fucking cool. If you've been over here a lot, you know that we donate quite a lot. We've just donated to Brandy Vaughn's Mill Train. I don't play that grifting shit. That's bullshit. And I mean, another stream where somebody came up on panel, I donated everything we made on that stream to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That I don't play that shit. Is she grifting about birthdays or something? And then he references that she cut off the live in the middle of the stream so she could fuck him, like literally fuck him? Or was he saying that she was recording something and she cut off the live because he said something. I don't know. Miss Thornton said he's talking about when she recorded Fred at the very beginning. She thought he did something this summer and cut off the live, and they were all of a sudden dating. Oh, wow. Okay. And y'all are saying definitely a grifter. Son of a gun. She's raised a lot, had a lot of people feeding her cash behind the scenes. Yes, literally. Wow. But Bronco said, please be mindful that Ernie is not reliable either. Okay. Okay. All right.
Something else to you, Ziggy. I'm too old a cat to be scratched by a kitten. And it is always, everybody, I want everybody to know this. Real facts. This is real facts, real truth, and this is a real crime. People can say what you want to say about, oh, this is going to be brought home. Not the fact of the matter is, the statistics say it's the people around.
Okay, Lori, you know that she supposedly stole from people, but you're I'm just trying to understand, but you're upset about me going over the live because you're wondering what it has to do with Summer, and do I have that right? Sleuthin said not the best people. Okay, she's constantly needing money for her bills because she is lazy. That's my opinion. Oh, hell. Oh, hell no. Hell to the no.
The area.
Are you
It's the
serious?
parents. It's the people around the area when these things happen and kids go missing and they're not found. And it's exactly what's happened. And that's how child trafficking happens. You see, when it comes to YouTube and all these other.
Hey, Abraham. Abraham said making money off the hard work you put into this channel is not grifting. Good work deserves compensation. Right. That's the difference. I don't come on here. I don't even put my Cash App in my thing because for me, I make money off of YouTube and I follow YouTube's guidelines. Like that's the only way I make money is from YouTube and the amenities it offers. People that come out here and say, oh, I need money for my light bill. I need money because I got a flat tire. I need money because it's Christmas. I need money even for food. I'm like my whole life I've had it hard. I have struggled, y'all. I mean, the motherfucking struggle is real. I'm here to tell you. And in my life, if I couldn't get it, if I couldn't afford it and I didn't have it, that means I'm not supposed to have it. I'm not supposed to afford it. So I don't know. Who said jealous? I just saw jealous. Okay, never mind. Let me
The creators, when it comes to child trafficking and human trafficking and all that, you're not going to beat me. And I'm not bragging, but you're not going to do it. I have too much experience in this. And I had this. I had every single bit of this in the first of it. It's just too bad, too sad. It's been too long, and it's time for Summer Wells to come home. And now there's Ziggy. If you want a game, I'm a poet, didn't know it. And that's exactly how it is. Now, you guys can hate me. You can say what you want about me, but you're not going to beat my heart. And if you can't see when passion takes over and the games are out of it, then I don't know what else. Much respect. God bless you all. Thank you all for fighting a good fight. As always, we the people will protect the children at all costs. Have fun, guys.
Now, to be fair, he seems a little animated, and he did seem to kind of toot his own horn after this in the other live. All right, we're going to talk. I have it uploaded. I'll see if it's still there, but Ziggy responds after this. Okay, right here. Unless you're Sweetie Pilo, Fred will not be joining your panel. He's not a circus act for your entertainment.
He's not going.
I listened to part of it. She's going to be loud. I will drop her link in chat. It will also be in the description box after the live stream. What did you say, Abellis? Just makes money for Basil's job as a chef. He's here. Basil's here. He was eating a receipt a few minutes ago. He's laying down now. I got him some pretzels today. He just got up. Drippy Thoughtsicles, thank you for. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Thank you for gifting blah, blah, blah. I'll be able to speak in a minute. Thank you for gifting a Speculation Station membership. That went to Miss Thornton. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, Miss Thornton. Drippy Thoughtsicles just gifted you a membership. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Drippy. Thank you so very much, Drippy Thoughtsicles. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Okay, so this is Ziggy's response after the live. Hold on. It takes her a second to get started, so take it in about 2 minutes.
We're very disappointed that
Oh,
Fred trusted
okay.
Earnie with information, and Earnie chose on his own behalf to put it out.
We trusted Earnie with information, and he chose to put it out. Is there more? Go back and hear the end. Okay, hold on. I didn't know that there was. I saw that there was a little bit more, but I didn't know that there was more important stuff that we needed to hear. Hold on. We'll pull it back up.
It makes me mad when
You
they
did the
all
right
just mess
thing.
with you, mess with you.
Okay, is this what I need to hear, or is it where he's talking? Kelly J is all about the money and grifts. Hey, Sweet Sativa, good to see you. So is it when he's talking to these people on panel, or at the very, very end when he talks some more?
So, you know, this guy called Andy Paul that everyone has been talking about.
Wow.
So, some are
That's
calling
weird.
him Randy Paul, and he's Paul Hill, the Paul Hill
At
from
the end. Okay.
Van Hill Road. Now, when he was living on Don's.
Not, which I'm not law enforcement. I can't just go out there and make something happen, folks. The fact of the matter is, after 72 hours, and that's that's years and years and years ago. After 72 hours, that case, it goes cold, very cold. It's hard, people. Why do you think detectives, well, in this case, I'm going to say, why do you think real police and real detectives do everything that they can do? Everything that they can do in those first 72 hours, those first 48 hours. After you get to 72 hours, people, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. That case, hell, you know how far you can get in 72 hours? Do you understand?
That's true. Usually a case, if they ain't got it within 72 hours, they have trouble. 72 hours is the most crucial. That's why they have that show on ID, whatever it is. First 48 is what it's called.
And how far you can get? You see, people, it don't matter. It don't matter. Because if you ain't done that in the first 48 hours and you get down to the 72 hours, you're going to lose a lot. Okay, so let me make sure I let you know this. When I say cold case, I mean everything revolving around it, it's going to be dead. Literally. There's no leads.
What we need to hear?
I said this, and even the TBI said this, and I said it before the TBI did. I said this is a puzzle, and the only piece of puzzle that's missing is Summer Wells. And guess what happened? When I said it, a little bit later, the TBI said it. The woman from the TBI went on there. The only thing missing is Summer. Pretty much same thing I said. The TBI, when I was interviewed by police and talked to by law enforcement, we used to have, look, let me say this. The TBI wanted to work with us. When I had Candace cornered. But you know who didn't want to work with us? Hawkins County. You all go on with that. There's a lot of other creators going live, people. I know I got 450 people in here right now. But the fact of the matter is, you believe what you want to believe, but don't be a fool for these other people. And that's a fact, because the truth is the truth, and it's going to come out. You all can sit there and spin it. You can say this. You can put this in your titles or what in your titles. Somebody said, Ernie, what did you use that word in your titles for? Because it's exactly what it is. Much respect. God bless you all. Thank you all for fighting the good fight. If you want to donate to my channel, go to another live that's got all the big things, the wallpaper up, and it's got the Cash App and everything on it. Because when I talk about Summer Wells, I've always been like this. If I'm talking about a missing child, I've always been like this. You'll never see me take money for a missing child unless we have people out there that's boots on the ground. I'm just a couple of miles from the location right now. But you know what? I don't consider that like other YouTubers would, boots on the ground. Because I'm laying on my ass right now, literally laying on my back, sitting here talking to you. I put nothing into these shows. There's new creators out there who bust their ass, literally bust their ass. They destroy themselves and they get nowhere. I don't do nothing, and I get all these people. But the people who really put the time and effort in their shows and their clip channels, people like L. Kennedy, people like Robert Clippett channel, people like.
Okay. Reward money is gone. When I asked TBI, when I asked Uncle Google, it said the reward in the Summer Wells case was a $40,365.73 fund created and managed by the Churchill Rescue Squad in 2021. The fund was established to provide a reward for information that led to the discovery of Summer Wells, who was reported missing from her home in the Beach Creek community. The fund was initially set to expire 6 months after its creation, but the term was extended by an additional 6 months. The Children's Advocacy Center for the 3rd Judicial District was the only defendant to file an answer requesting to receive the funds, and the court found that the center was the sole beneficiary of the fund. So I guess there is no reward right now. It's my opinion this comes from Candace. So is this the part I needed to hear?
People like all that. They do all this stuff and put all this time in their shows and everything, and they don't get nowhere near the show, nowhere near the people that shows up. People like X Factor, people like Mr. T, they put all the stuff in it. Benny Keys too, he gets all the people. Oh, and the fact of the matter is, I did exactly what I said I'd do in the beginning till now. I've never changed, and I never will. You guys believe how you want to, but I'll keep on exposing. But as for Summer Wells, unless something breaks, I'm out of this. I'm out of it. You don't understand.
I mean, but the reason it's being talked about again is because there was a break. Kelly, some people think the family did it. Some people think that Fred Hill did it because he lived next door. The newest tip is in relation to Fred Hill.
The pressure it puts on somebody, the mind of it. You guys don't, if you're not doing it, you don't understand it. Because I'm telling you, it's an evil, evil world out there. And it's just so sad.
Possibly
that Summer fell victim to it. You guys believe what you want to believe. You guys have fun. Get some sleep tonight, because I tell you what, if you think that it's over, it's not. To me, I think it's new eyes looking at it. And I think it's opened up. And I think it's going to be solved. And I hope and pray it's very soon. If everyone right now, they'll put purple and yellow hearts in the chat. I didn't want this to turn out the way it did, but I'm glad it did. Because not only did we stay true to who we are, if we the people will protect the children at all cost, we showed that no matter over familiarity and all the friends and stuff, when it comes to holding people accountable, if you're a predator hunter, if you're people who stand for these children, you're going to do the right things. And I did the right thing tonight. You guys have a good night. And always remember, we the people will protect the children. And this time for the last time for the Summer Wells thing for me. At all costs. Have fun, guys.
Okay, now we'll go back over here to Ziggy, what she said after the live.
He had put out a picture wrong, okay? When he was putting out this information.
Hold on a minute. I backed it up.
If I get real lazy, this chair will actually lift you up and like throw you out of it. I just got my new microphone.
So hold on, let me get my it's okay, Tanya. I'm just like, I'm just kind of numb to it. Hey, Mimi of 6. We just want to say this right now. And so that whole thing was a setup to try to get Fred in a position where they could just sit there and drill him with questions. And I'm talking about Ernie's panel. We are very disappointed that Fred trusted Ernie with information, and Ernie chose on his own behalf to put it out.
Okay, what information? If it's the information about the Compton people and the drug thing, being a member of the Vice Lords, that was all she was screaming about on the panel. Well, have you looked at the Comptons? Have you seen there's a relation to them? There's a relation to them. They're in the 3500 block or whatever the fuck it is that she said. I mean, and you're the one that brought that up. You're the one that put that out. You even brought it up on the panel, like you brought it up. So when you reference that in the chat on the panel, everybody's going to be like, what is that? What information is that? And then he has to put it out. And then the drilling Fred with questions. I mean, again, I would think that if you're telling the truth, it wouldn't matter who asked you questions or if they were quote unquote drilling you. If you're telling the truth, then you can't be tricked into anything.
He had put out a picture wrong, okay? When he was putting out this information, all we said is that
Bronco Girl Amber said there's unfortunately a lot of grifters that were involved in this case. Most of the rumors are not true because of it. And there's a lot of grifters in every case. If I could give you advice, I would say if you want to donate money, donate it to a charitable organization. The other part of that is if people are like, oh, I need money to go over here and do this and do that and the third, I wouldn't give them money. I plan on when we move going and doing some searching in the area that we live at and going to specific locations of where things have happened. And I'm going to take the money that I make off of YouTube to do that. Like if people can't say, okay, this is the money I make off of YouTube, and so therefore I need to take part of it and put it back into the channel by paying for gas to go places, by paying for FOIA requests, all of that, this, that, and the third, then they don't need to be doing it. That's just my opinion. I would not ask you for money to go places, to go look for things. I can't stand that shit. If somebody starts asking for money and saying they need money for this, that, and the third, I'll leave the chat. And especially this time of year, please don't give to people asking for money. Go give to your community.
All Fred had told,
like your physical community, people in the area that need help.
Is that he knew of somebody that lived around that area that was Vice Lords, okay?
Did they?
He showed him. He told him who. Earnie goes and looks up more into this person, and he pulls up pictures, and he pulls up. He mixes two people into one, and they do look alike. In his defense, they do look alike. Okay, very understandable mistake. Okay, very understandable. He mixed them up. But Fred was like, well, they both are up from the same gang, is what Fred was telling him. Fred does know of both these guys, but he was not talking about the one in Kingsport. That was Earnie that accidentally showed that one's picture, and Fred was just stating that they were both part of the same gang. That's all he was saying.
That they were part of the Vice Lord gangs. I don't have a wish list for Candace, and I've never posted her wish list before.
So I don't know why Earnie started. I knew from the beginning it was a setup. We're talking about Earnie's live just a little bit ago. And me and Fred were talking beforehand. Like, even Fred came to me and said, I hope that this isn't some freaking setup, because Earnie was acting weird and saying things like this was going to be his last live. Then when he started,
he did say it was going to be his last live, and he didn't want to talk about Summer. Where did you get that from, Marion, that the detective Jensen put this tip in months ago? Where first of all, I don't understand why a detective would need to put a tip in with the TBI. Like, if he suspects something, why wouldn't he say, okay, I suspect this area, we're going to go check it today? But I need receipts that the detective put it out. Ziggy was covering the case before then and then got with Fred after. Yes. Cindy. Oh, Cindy's wish list. I thought you said Candace's wish list. Yeah, I'll post Cindy's. Okay, hold on.
Or the panel, I knew that Benny had been like making little jabs at us lately, and Earnie had mentioned something about Benny at the beginning. So I was like, yeah, we immediately knew that it was a setup. Okay. And you guys, I'm live over here every fucking day, almost, or a lot. These people all have my phone number. Benny has my direct phone number.
And I tried to ask you, and you ignored the fuck out of me. This was where I donated to Brandy Vaughn's medical journey. I donated $50 to her meal train. Cindy, my mod, is also doing things for people in her community. So I'm going to drop Cindy's organization. This is the information on Cindy's nonprofit organization for people in her community. Hopefully it'll send it in one. This is the Amazon wish list where they're getting stuff for children who wouldn't have a Christmas otherwise. And then I'll drop Brandy Vaughn's Mill Train. Hopefully it'll come through in one. If it don't, I'll try to grab it a different way. Oh, okay. Isn't Benny still in jail? No, he was on that panel to begin with. I'm going to try to get it a different way. All right.
He could always ask Fred questions anytime he wants to. We're not going to make a shit show and a big circus show out of Summer Wells' case. Like, we did not want. Fred does not like the attention. I don't know how many.
Too late. A day late and a dollar short comes to mind.
Times I have to fucking say that. He does not want to go on anybody's panel. It's not that he's like, he will answer questions if you message him. He did not ask for this to happen in his life. Like, I'm the one that put it on YouTube, guys. Okay? I did. He never has chose to be a part of this YouTube thing. What he's done is his own willing things. He doesn't want to be a YouTuber. He doesn't want to be your little circus act that comes up on your panel and you get hundreds of, thousands of views. That's why. And then Earnie, and then he starts letting people up, like, remain calm, all these. And I'm like, dude, you did this shit on purpose.
Yep.
And I'm not going to be a part. We're not going to be a part of the games.
Okay, in order, I dropped the link for her organization, the Amazon wish list for children in her community, and then Brandy Vaughn's Mill Train. I donated to all of them. It's the most obvious conclusion, right? Exquisite said, I can't even find Benny or Ernie's channel anymore. That's strange. Really, I'll look for it. It's we pulled it up. I'll grab the link. Booklet I donated with some by local popos. I already donated a lot to local charities at Christmas. YouTube fundraisers go wrong too much. Right. That's the best thing to do. She's made it a circus act. That's where I'm at with it.
So it's disappointing. Ernie pretty much admitted at the end that it was a setup because he said, because basically what the type of stuff he was saying, I could tell where it was going.
Unlock your reality.
Fred and I, neither of us,
Ernie,
had anything to do with this tip of Paul Hill. We don't know anything about anything to do with that area, nor does Fred, as far as like with the Summer Wells case.
And they got on here the night of the raid, after the raid, and said they didn't know anything about it either, and that he did have some family that lived in the area, but they talked to them and that it wasn't his family. And then all of a sudden it is his family, and you have talked to them, and you know all this, that, and the third. Like, that's a definitive lie that I've caught you in. You say just call, just get with him, just ask questions. They'll answer all the questions. But from what I understand, people get blocked in your chat, and the only way you're going to get any answers from Fred is through you. It is his cousin and his uncle. I'm sorry you have PTSD. If you have PTSD and this is bothering you, you should not be here, honey. Don't you protect your peace. Ziggy is the one freaking out since this new search. And that's the main takeaway from this, in my opinion.
I'm fighting it just like you guys. Fred did not call in this tip. You guys, if you want, he did not call it in. Why would we lie to you guys? We did not call in this tip. So we can't win for nothing. It's either we called it in or you're saying, then at the other end, it's like, oh, we're calling it in. So you guys are trying to get this guy mad at us or mad at Fred, making him think that, oh, we brought him in the middle of this shit. We didn't have anything to do with any type of tip that got called in at the 3500 block of Van Hill Road. And I hope to God, whoever that article is that put that shit out and put out his name, they correct it, or somebody in law enforcement comes out and corrects or gives us more details, because it's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, and you want to holler and say that you didn't call in that tip, but then you make a post afterwards saying you called in another tip. Like, what did you do? Call in and say Benny Hill had something to do with it? Benny Keys, what the fuck ever? Ernie, the people that you just went on panel with, did you call and say that they had something to do with it because you were mad at them? Like, why are you calling it? I'm just, the more I hear, the more suspicious I am of Fred.
Well, it's really too bad because Fred really, he liked Ernie. He was trying to help him with information, but I'm sure he's really.
I don't know that there's a scrapyard there. There's definitely a logging business. She said there was pigs there, and I remember we saw this gate. Where is it? This is a different view right there. See, that's the shadow from a gate, so there could be pig. That might be some pigs right here. That might be a pig. That probably isn't. But there's allegedly pigs on the property in a butchering shop, and then there's logs on the property right here. Now, back here, there appeared to be some vehicles or something. And if they alleged that the dogs hit on 13 cars, then yeah, there might be a scrapyard or at least a bunch of cars hanging out around there. And that would make you question, is that where Fred took the cars that day? That's going to put him on the property. And that could be the tip that they got, that they needed to search the cars on that property. That's a great question. I don't know that there's specifically a scrapyard there, but there is a lot of cars. They found the missing red truck there? Really? Do we have any information on that? Why is she so mad about a tip? Isn't calling in a tip a good thing? They say that she's doing it over and over and over again. I don't know. Ziggy is obsessed with Andy. Yep. And it would be a good thing. That might be where Fred took the cars that day. Maybe. I still think Ziggy knows more and is deflecting. I do too. I do too. She said herself last night that she does the speaking or calling in tips to TBI because Fred doesn't know anything about computers. Thank you for that. That's right. Y'all told me that. Deceit thrives in confusion, and these suspects know that. Yeah.
So he's ruined that now. Oh, there's people that think they did, that we had a part of it, that girl or that Fred did. Yeah, 1 second. Is that better?
It's interesting that Fred left that day and towed some cars, and the red truck was there now all of a sudden, and that she and Fred probably, if I had to speculate, she definitely is freaking out and going on panels and just flipping the fuck out. And I'm wondering if Fred's doing the same thing. If Fred is freaking out, then Ziggy could be going on panels to try to save his reputation and calm him the fuck down. So I have to question all of this. Like, is she trying to defend him to the extent that she is because he's in the background flipping out, or is it because she knows something? Either way, it feels to me like they're flipping the fuck out. Why? Is it because the red truck was on the property? Is it because that's where Fred took the vehicle that day? Is it because the dogs hit on a vehicle on the property that Fred did something to Summer in or with? I have to question. I have to speculate all of that.
So it was said that Dolly Vision said something like we called the tip in, or Fred. No, we did not.
I think she knows too.
And then there's other people, insinuating, because it's Fred's uncle. Fred and this guy is two totally different people. Besides, like, they don't, like, I'm not going to keep talking about this. People can watch my last live. It was Jetson.
I think it's very possible that they were looking at the vehicles there, Mrs. North. 5 different people in Summer's disappearance. Why? Deflection.
6 up was waiting in line. Yeah, and you guys, that was all done for.
What car? They're saying the red truck. That's a very valid theory, right? Also, her personality has changed. Has it? Yeah, and Fred decided all of a sudden to tidy up his yard. If she isn't going to talk about it, then she needs to stop bringing it up. Problem solved.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
But then she can't make money on her YouTube channel for the reason that I suspect she could have possibly married Fred.
Reviews for a shit show. We're not being a part of that stuff.
And only on her channel. Only on her channel can she treat Fred like a circus act.
I'm sorry. I will say this right here, right now. I am sorry out of anger, okay?
Exactly.
Out of anger, I said something about Benny and his probation, okay? I am sorry that I said that. Yes, somebody told me that his mom was out of town and stuff. Yes, and I'm sorry, but I was mad and just was like, you know, and I
Right.
do apologize about that part. It is conniving. Like, nobody has to trick us into anything. We're here every day. You have, you know, so that was totally the whole point of that live was dirty to begin with, you know, to try to trick us, you know, because Ernie's sitting there messaging Fred, being like, will you please be there in chat and let people know it was a scent dog and not a cadaver dog? And, you know, but we had a bad feeling, like, because we knew something was not right. Because all he wanted to know is, like, why did you mention something about a cadaver dog hitting over on his property at 207? Ernie wanted to know. And what he said was a cadaver dog. Fred didn't know the difference in dogs. He's not a dog, like, cadaver or, you know, cadaver or scent dog expert. He just said, because I guess assumed it was cadaver dogs and the way he said it.
So he called you on his panel about the dogs. If y'all don't mind, twinkle, twinkle over the thumbs up, please.
Come on, players, stop hating. Stop hating. Start participating. Start participating, Star. Come on, twinkle, twinkle, baby. Twinkle, twinkle.
That helps me get out into the algorithm. I appreciate it.
So that's all that was to that. So Ernie acted like he wanted Fred to be there to clear that part up. But at the same time, Ernie has Benny Key show up and certain other people to sit there and be there in line to try to basically trick Fred to get up on panel. And when I finally do get up on panel, when Benny convinces me to come up on panel, I'm like, fine. You know, it was definitely not good there for about 10, 15 minutes. It was very bad, and I was highly upset. I don't take this shit as a game, guys. Do not bring us in your games, please.
I think you do well enough on your channel with that.
Why?
Because
you can come right here, Kat, in the chat. You can ask right here in my comments. He answers questions. No, he doesn't have to go over on other people's panels to answer your guys' questions. He could do it right here. He doesn't need to be a panel like your show pony. No.
He can only be her show pony. Fred said cadaver dog, and everyone knows it's a scent dog, but Ziggy is riding Fred's dick over this case. Yep. Ziggy, he's a suspect. All she does is play games. Hey, Crackerjacks, good to see you. Yeah, he's her pony show. Only my pony show.
You guys have every opportunity to ask Fred questions all the time. I was actually live right before Ernie's live, and Freddie was in here answering questions then. Ask questions then. They just want the views. There's nothing to clear up, Kat, in the chat. You know what that was. They could come here. They could message. Ernie messages Fred all the time. He's right here. Have questions?
Exactly.
Ask us questions that you need cleared up.
I'm eating cheese right now.
Pretty much, RJ, but it's okay.
Exactly.
She runs Fred, guys. She tells him when to speak. No. Oh, yeah. No, he's just fucking pissed off about what just happened. Gamer girl. He's pretty fucking pissed. He just gets quiet.
Okay, look, please forgive me, everybody, but if he's pissed off about what just happened and he can speak for himself, then please open your purse, grab his nuts out of that motherfucker, give them back, and let him speak.
Totally opposite. Oh, I run Fred. You guys are so pathetic. Yeah, he has said everything that needs to be said. I mean, you guys can ask him every day. No, everybody knows that Goodry. Well, not everybody, but most people who are doing this shit, they already know. They're just trying to cause drama for views, and I'm just
exactly. He's flustered, and she don't want him to trip up.
Boom, 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 bam.
You cannot be tricked into saying something if you're telling the truth. The truth is the truth that stands on its own. Yeah, that's what other conclusion is there to make? Emergency purse ball retrieval stat.
That's, if you have questions, you can ask me here. You don't have to fucking go create a panel so you can get in a bunch of drama and get everybody lined up to try to trick us to get Fred on your panel when you message him privately. If you
Now, I did ask to speak to her through email, her specifically. I said, you can ask him the questions I wanted to ask and give me the answers. I didn't know that you can message him privately, but still, I mean, you went the fuck up there. I don't know. You know who these people are. You've been fucking with them for years. Why not? I don't know. It's just, it seems like she wants him to be her dog and pony show.
You could ask him. He'll message you if you want something for your channel. He'll message you in voice chat. He doesn't have to go up on your fucking panel. No, we don't. He's not a YouTuber, cat in the chat. Fred never has asked to be. He's never asked to be a YouTuber. It was my channel. This is a Ziggy channel. He's never had a YouTube channel where he's put out videos, not one time. He does not have a YouTube. He does not make money on here. He does not no, he's tried to help as much as he could with information. It's for Summer Wells. It's not for YouTube and a YouTube channel. That's not what he does. Maybe it's what we do, the ones that are YouTubers. He's not a YouTuber.
What the, did you just snort a line, ma'am? What the fuck was that? I need to back that up. What the hell? Listen, look, I'm not trying to put drug use on somebody, okay? Please understand. But as somebody who used to do drugs and snorting was my preferred method, that's what that sounds like to me.
He's not a YouTuber.
Listen. That, y'all. Ma'am. Did you forget to hit the mute button? Lord have mercy in the morning.
Right, missing link. I asked Earnie what his point was for doing this night, and he will not answer. He says he's done working. Yeah, because that's what made Fred worried. When Earnie said when he was going to do a live, and then he's like, we had a bad feeling. We thought something was up.
That was a whole lie.
And then Earnie took it like I was attacking him about this Cody Compton. No, I fucking wasn't, dude. I was just trying to say, stop, repeat it correctly, how it really happened. Ernie's so afraid of being wrong, and people find out he's wrong about something. Yes, we're all human.
Exactly. I've been clean 10 years.
I can see why he got the wrong picture of the guy. They look exactly alike, and their names are the same. I can't blame him for that. I'm just saying, Fred was and yes, Fred knows both those Codys, and yes, he did say they're both affiliated with the same gang, but he was specifically talking about the 35. I can't help it that you guys, I'm so tired. There's so many people in this case that have the same names, have nicknames,
She did start talking real fast after that, too. If they were part of the same gang, it would be the Vice Lords gang, and that would be the Compton reference. To me, she keeps going to the Compton people because she wants to keep Fred out of it at any way possible. You're 8 years this month. Congratulations. Yeah, if you know, you know.
Even I know he doesn't really want anything to do with YouTube, but answers questions if asked. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, people saying, oh, he inserted himself in the case. No, he's just trying to help. Like, and he was really trying to help Earnie. I feel bad for Fred about the Earnie thing, because I don't know. For some reason, Fred kind of enjoyed watching his shows and stuff and was really trying to help him. No, what are you talking about, Lisa? He said he showed the receipts when. What are you? No, all he showed is when Fred said they're part of the same gang. No. Lisa, that's it.
Now it is on 1.25, but I've had it on that since I started the live. She started talking faster. Please forgive me. I have a cheese obsession. I'm eating cheese. She started talking faster after we heard that long sniff.
That doesn't show anything about how they got talking about them or anything. Stop, please. Use your brain. I just knew what they were doing. They were playing, or I knew what he was doing at the time. He was playing games, and because he was getting defensive, and I was not going to sit there and play elementary fucking kid games when he knew exactly what I was talking about. He was just showing you a little snippet of a conversation where Fred responded and said they're both part of the same game. Okay, Lisa?
Ain't nobody gonna convince me that that's not what she just did. I'm sorry. I don't want to put that on somebody, but when you hear that, you got to question it. I don't know. Like I said, I've been the first and will continue to be the first to tell you that I have a past. And that's exactly what it sounded like to me as someone who used to do that. Not math, but snorted my substances that I chose to do 10 years ago.
I'm used to it. I'm used to it, but I would think at this point, like, people would, when it could be a really critical time in the case, we don't know what this tip exactly was about. I wish they would freaking say something, but just like the Andy being on the road thing, they're not going to probably say a fucking thing.
Andy on the road? On that specific road? Hold on, Basil.
Lisa, you mean Jensen? You know what they're talking about, Lisa.
Somebody call her out in chat. There you go, babies. Math can. I don't know. I didn't do that. I did the opiates and the H word. So it seems to speed you up, and she started talking real damn fast right after that.
Yeah, that's Justin Jensen.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. I've tried almost all of them, but I've never done that one.
So all I went live for is just letting you guys know. Of course, we'll continue the collaboration if, later on, if we end up doing any more, like, pre-records with, they'll be pre-records, they won't be live probably with Sweetie Pie Blue, just because, just like somebody came in to try to trigger Donna or one of us, like, that's what they're trying to do, is trigger us and get us off what we need to do, okay? I'm trying to keep this as professional as possible because of look what happens. I knew, that's why we don't have to go to people's panels. Exactly. And you can ask here, or you can message us privately. They're thinking that he turned in a tip, though, Lisa. He did say he turned in a tip about something to do with brothers.
Okay, so Fred turned in a tip about something to do with brothers. Is that the Compton brothers? And is that, again, because you want the focus to be taken off of Fred?
And that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Well, Robo Granny, I know he could be used, like I was as far as a witness, but my guess is it's probably not even going to go to trial. Like I was talking to somebody else, but still, like, he's already answered everything to answer and talk about. It's already pretty much everything's out there.
So Mrs. North says, so Fred lived around the corner and Andy B lived across the street. Plus, there's a pedo up the street. The sheriff's son is a pedo. There's literally pedos everywhere there. Don's a pedo. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good. I didn't know all that. Damn it. Already mentioned two brothers on prayer guarded. Okay.
Question matter where the tip came from. All that should matter is the movement. I think that
all that should matter is the movement, not when people are acting sus as fuck.
I think it's people want to know where the tape came from for credibility, because we've heard a lot of people say things like, There are absolutely, so much rumors and stuff and speculation. So it's always hard to,
You think
if you
so?
know where something comes from, consider the source, right?
Yeah.
So I think people want to know, but
Send that to me an email because I'm not going to be able to cover anything else after this today. But on Monday, we'll talk about that because I haven't heard that.
it's just really strange to me.
I've seen that way back.
How?
Did you hear it again?
Where do people's common sense go? It's just like goes right out the window. When I get super upset like that guy.
No, if she gets on here going some, Lord, I don't even know if I can still do it. Yeah, like that. I'm gonna be like, bitch. I got choked. Okay. Hold on, let me see if I heard it.
How? Where do people's common sense go? It's just like goes right out the window. When I get super upset like that, guys, I cannot think clearly. And that's why they try to do that shit to me so that they get me on the spot. So I act a fool.
I mean, but if you wouldn't act a fool, or, if you're out there telling the truth, I don't think you would act a fool. You may get heated, you may get upset, but why? It makes you look guilty as fuck, and it makes everybody feel like you're covering for him. It's just weird. Does Fred have a brother? I'm not positive.
I can't help it if Fred does not want to go on people's panels, guys. If I was his handler and stuff and manager, I would be like, Fred, get up. Quit being, I'd be like, get your ass up on that panel right now. Chop, chop.
But he was on her panel the other day, like in the background, talking to her about this, that, and all of the other places. So again, you want to reference handlers, I would think you are his handler because you have him on your panel and your panel only, or in the background of your lives and your lives only.
If I'm his handler and stuff, and also, would you guys want if you can feel something is not right about a situation, why would I encourage Fred to go up on panel anyways? I am his wife at the end of the day. If I feel something's off.
I heard it.
But he does what he wants. I promise you that. I know Fred seems like a timid, shy man, and he is a quiet to himself person, but he is very, very willful and does what he wants. I promise you that.
He was on Donna's panel. Thank you, Bronco.
I know, Robo. I really like when Benny is, focused and being, and I am sorry that I accused him of being on drugs, but I'm just like, why are you back to these games? I don't know.
If he's back to anything, it's because the tip called in was directly related to Paul's family, Fred's family. Yeah.
I guess I was just hoping, like, they're up to no good.
I do have it on 1.25, to be fair, but it's been on 1.25 the whole time. I would imagine everyone's devices have been gone through, but remember, the Wells said they had several phones. Candace told CM she still hadn't turned in one of the phones. Okay, why hasn't she turned in one of the phones? I do have to ask that. Yes, Kelly, I'll put my email in. Hey, Skies.
Yeah, and it got close, and Fred almost did try to talk. He was about to start talking, but he couldn't freaking hear over the speaker. My computer was too low, and he has those hearing aids, but they were like acting up, and he was trying to turn them up and stuff, and he couldn't fucking hear them, and he was mad and irritated, and they're connected by Bluetooth, and so and he was listening on his phone. Then he'd have to turn that off. It's hard to explain, but he was about here. He was right next to me and about to start talking. Until like one of them said something stupid and he just like walked away and he got frustrated with the sound and he just walked away and I didn't see him again. So I can't freaking force him? Why would I force him? I didn't feel comfortable with the panel myself. So why am I going to ask Fred to go up there and be, when I'm used to this bullshit of dealing with people like that in these situations, why would I put Fred up there to be like ripped apart and just yelled and talked over? And I know I was yelling, but I knew what they were up to, guys.
But I keep hearing things, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Let me zip it. If, Lord, I lost my train of thought.
And that's why, Misty, I said,
I remember it. If you're going up there to tell the truth, though, nobody can trick you into anything. The truth is the truth, and it stands on its own.
Said that about,
No, we are not. We don't know who called in the lead. Rumor has it they called in the lead.
Thank you, Cold November Rain. And thank you to Sweet Pea. I saw that.
Somebody said that there was child-sized footprints on Fred's property. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't seen a picture.
What did I get? Oh. And just in case, we recorded the whole conversation.
Yep. Of course.
With Earnie, because he's rewriting history. We don't plan on putting it out, but do not lie about what happened, Earnie. He just put like that, there was a reason. Fred just trusted him with the information when he was talking to him about it. He was just talking to him about this guy being in that area. And Earnie Earnie acted like he wanted to put it out. And Fred was just like, just don't put me, don't mention me. And he's like, I have family and I'm still in the area. I don't want to put my family in danger. And Earnie acted like he understood. And then here he goes, today because he got something wrong about the Cody guy, all of a sudden he wants to put it all on Fred. Like, I'm like, dude, he wasn't even talking about Kingsport Cody. He was talking about and you know that. He just told you they happen to be part of the same gang. Okay? He did say that.
So, if she's talking about the freaking Compton Cody and they're both part of the Vice Lord gangs, that would make me question that too. Running Bear said, I heard the private eye made the tip. Do we have confirmation of this? So sad with all these people, they sound more defensive of themselves than caring about what happened to the child. And that's where I'm at with it too. Like, why are you so defensive? You know what I mean? Love always. Good to see you. She's been involved in more than one investigation. Maybe I misunderstood. Fred has been involved in a couple of homicide investigations from my understanding. I don't know 100% on that. Right, Hannah? Ziggy told law enforcement in her call she's been harassed and even blackmailed over this case. How can that be if you're not involved?
Boom, 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 bam.
And if you're being harassed or blackmailed over this case and it's directly correlated with YouTube, I would say get the fuck off of YouTube. I don't know. Has the red truck on her live. Okay. I need to look more into Michele After Dark. I've only seen a couple of her videos on this. As of February, I would really enjoy learning about this whole case with you. Well, thank you. I'm trying to learn. Right now, we're looking specifically into Fred because I feel like he's a suspect, and there's more that came out that makes me feel like he's a suspect. But we are going to go back and try to figure out, piece it together from the beginning. I need to be doing the same thing I'm trying to do the same thing with the Michael Vaughn case, so I'm kind of simultaneously working on it together. Michael Vaughn and Summer Wells.
Then he contacts the guy. He claims the guy messages him. Okay, that's what he claims. This guy messaged him and said, "Oh, well, he said he wasn't," or that but he at the same time says, "Oh, the guy cleaned up his act. He's trying to do good," which is great. We weren't talking about him to begin with. Why would we be talking about that? That has nothing to do. He has nothing to do with that area.
Okay, so the jail call, I've seen things posted online from a year and 2 years ago about the jail call. So that must be when Fred met Ziggy from about a year or two ago. Oh my goodness, Abellis, thank you for gifting 20 whole daggum memberships. That is so many. Thank you so very much. Wow, that was amazing. So very sweet of you. And it went to quite a few people in chat. Thank you. Those memberships went to Momo Shark, Running Bear, Mystic Firefly, Fight Two Demons, Honeybee Me, Texas Girl, XOXO, Kelly the Sequel, Esta Fuega, 4 Pit Bulls Across America, Carrie Laughs, Buzzed Boomer, Stella B, Christy Bittersweet, Trish Johnson, Joanne Carson, Jenna's Gypsy, LA Beauty Review, Bosco Monster, Young Black Economist, and Ohana for Life. If you guys were gifted from Abellas, if you don't mind, tell Abellas thank you if you are where you're gifted. And I'll grab the Polar Express to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much for your support, Abellas. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you, Abellas. That was so sweet of you. Hey, Mariel. If you guys need names of creators to learn the fact of the case, I have names. You can mention creators' names. It would be better to email them to me, because I might not be able to write them in chat. She met him before he went to jail when she interviewed him on his property. Okay. Thank you, guys. Hey, Lil Red. Well, thank you for listening. It's good to see you. I remember before Kim and Allie spiraled, they had a lot of good information about those footprints. And thank you for the gift. I don't know much about Kim and Allie either. She was recording his calls. That's when he said he's under investigation and took a polygraph that came back inconclusive. Right. We covered that yesterday or the day before. Okay. Also, Ziggy called TBI about the dark blue or black tinted truck on Ben Hill. A Hawkins County detective called her back. It's on her channel, or was. He hung up on her. No doubt. I guess substances. Fred was being investigated for 2 homicides.
And I'm pretty sure I was live for, let's see, how long was I live? Right before. I don't know. I don't really analytics. Hour 42 minutes. I was live for almost 2 hours right before Ernie's live. And Fred was in the background. He's in the background all the time. How many times do you guys listen to Killer Looks videos, recaps and stuff, and you hear Fred, he's recapping, and Killer Looks is putting together videos, and he's putting together the things Fred has said from the background of my videos, of background of my lives. Fred is always here usually.
Because he can only be your horse and pony show, dog and pony show, however you want to reference that. And how is it that he was in your live right before y'all went up on that panel for an hour and 42 minutes, but then you go up on that panel and then you lie and say that he's gone when allegedly, from what I heard this morning, they don't have a vehicle right now. So where the fuck did he go? And then all of a sudden he's back, but don't want to talk to nobody. Why isn't he talking now? And I mean, again, I keep thinking about the live she did the day the raid happened, and they're like, oh, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, Fred has family on that road. There's his uncle and there's his cousin, but we've talked to them and they didn't say anything about that. They would have told us if the police had been at their house that day. And then come to find out, yes, it was. Again, I say what I said in the beginning. Nobody thinks that Paul did this. The person who actually owns the property, everybody thinks that Fred did it and put something on that property.
But because of this bullshit today, he's not really hanging around. He's kind of irritated with YouTube at the moment.
God bless. I hope not. And let me just say, the reason I say always, if we haven't seen a person use drugs today, then we don't know necessarily that they're on drugs. Now, what I just heard makes me question that. If Fred is under the influence, I pray that he gets the help that he needs, but I haven't heard him use substances, so I'm not going to call him that.
Oh, but usually, as you guys know, as the regulars know, he's always here answering questions all the time. So this bullshit acting like he's freaking hiding and not answering questions just because he won't fucking go on your panel. He doesn't have to go on your guys' panel to answer a question. Okay. And if people can't see through that bullshit and what that's really about, then I'm sorry, because it's quite apparent to me what somebody's trying to do when they have a direct line to Fred, but yet they're trying to summon him on panel.
gets confused. I'm not
acting like they need answers. Well, use this, Fred will messages you all the time. Ask him there. Or if you want him to send you a voice message, he'll send you a voice message to use on your channel, And Ernie knew that. He did all the time. Would send voice messages to Ernie so he could put it in his channel. Or comments. Or whatever. When he'd ask Fred a question. I'm really tired of these people, buddying up with us and acting, this is another fucking attempt to try to, trick us.
But if you knew who they were and you've already had issues with them, then why are you fucking with them again? I seriously think his sister told some serious stuff. Fred been following YouTube big time, just saying. She doesn't realize how deep she's dug herself into this. I don't think she does either.
Pretty much, it's another trick, another, trying to trick us because we don't want to be a part of your panel. Just like Cher tried to trick us and turn that into something like it was going to be really good. And and Fred she knew he really wanted this lie detector test and stuff. And she knew how Fred didn't want to go on panels and stuff.
I mean, but if that's the case, if you knew it wasn't a scam or a lie and you keep on hollering about, well, Fred, he can come up on my panel and he can talk about this through my panel, then why haven't y'all scheduled a lie detector test? I don't, but she came on camera. I can look for one after we watch this. I wish they would drain the 2 ponds on that property too. You think she's realizing it and that's what got her so pissed off? Possibly. She drove there with her daughter in the car to Fred and Laura's and just went to his door knowing he sold meth and was dangerous. That's interesting, the Gemini. There's been serious drama between Benny and Ziggy and Ernie and both of them. It was very much like the creators in Sebastian's case. So if you know they're like that, why go on their panel at all?
Well, she kind of worked us into it slowly. And then right at the, end, pulled the rug from under our feet. And this is the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't Ernie's intention from the beginning, but I don't know if you guys could go watch that shit. It seems pretty apparent how he ended the live and talking shit about me and how this and that. And like when I didn't even say anything negative about him at all. That showed me that, it was a setup because there was nothing that I said bad about Ernie. Why would he start attacking me? Just because I said Fred wasn't the one that mentioned the one from Kingsport? You did?
But it wouldn't have to be a setup or you wouldn't be tricked into saying anything if you were telling the truth. Love said, quit defending yourself and care about the child that's missing. And see, she gets up there and it's like, it's not about me. It's about Summer. Yet all you've done is defend yourself. Love Always Redacted continued, it's just incredible. A normal person would be beside themselves looking for their child nonstop and welcoming the media attention. Now, to be fair, this isn't Candace. This is Ziggy. But yeah, I agree. Coach said she's very defensive for someone who inserted themselves in the case, married themselves into the case, and continues to cover and talk about the case. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Like, what do you know, Ziggy? Because they are broke. She destroyed her channel and is not living the cushy life she's used to. Now she's just desperate and unhinged. What the fuck? What the fuck? She needs to leave Fred and go to rehab and get away from him. He's dangerous. Yep. Because let's say he is in face. He in face is the one responsible for Summer's disappearance. How's she going to feel? She acts as if she knows he's not responsible. So then who is? Great question. CM Wilkins.
You're the one that got the picture wrong? And you showed Fred and asked him and you said, that's not him. Fred told you that was not him, but they're part of the same gang. Yes, he said that. And we've recorded the conversation just in case you want to fucking change reality. Just in case somebody goes through and decides to delete things a certain way. May change reality. I don't know why Ernie, there was nothing that I was saying that was negative towards, and I understand my voice might sound pretty pissed off and pretty like bitchy, but you know, I don't take kindly to a setup where there's certain ones waiting in the wings to like attack. Oh, suddenly here comes remain calm on panel. I'm like, you know, she just kind of shows up every day. This lunatic has been streaming all my lives and talking shit from what I'm hearing from you guys. This girl has no interest in the truth or asking questions. She's emailed me before. She could email me and ask questions. No, she is trying to get that moment for her channel. This is not what that's about, guys. It's about Summer Wells. If you want answers, if you truly want to help, and
okay, wait a minute now. You're saying that this person is trying to get that moment for their channel. Is that what you're trying to do? And this is not what it's about. It's about Summer Wells. Yeah, it is about Summer Wells. And all of this is about Summer Wells because a tip was just called in after 4.5 motherfucking years to a property that's directly related to Fred. So yeah, everybody's coming and looking at you and Fred and all of the information. It is about Summer Wells. And it's about Fred and what he could have done to her. Fred is a dangerous person from what I've heard from everybody else. Abraham and Rocco, thank you so very much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And it says #1 fan with a pair. Thank you. That was so sweet.
Amazing.
Thank you so much from me and Basil to you and Rocco. That was so sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Abraham. I really appreciate that. If there is no evidence that someone broke in and kidnapped that child, these parents need to be arrested and held accountable for being neglectful. Yeah. But we need evidence to arrest them. I remember thinking, what was she thinking when she brought her daughter there due to Fred's reputation? So does she still have her daughter there? I mean, if so, and CPS hasn't stepped in or taken, or the law hasn't taken the child away from her, then that means Fred's not dangerous, in my opinion, or they feel like
you really
it's
have
safe for her
true
to be there.
questions, you can contact us. But Fred is not going to be on your panel, guys, because he doesn't want to. Not because of me. He doesn't want to.
Because he can only be on your panel. But I tried to reach out and ask you questions and ask you if you could ask him some questions so I could get more information. And nothing.
I just know him well enough to know he's not going on your fucking panel. It takes enough convincing, you know, for him to even come in here really and answer his question. You know, he doesn't like the attention. I don't know how many times I've had to say that. I've said that since the beginning. Nothing has changed. He didn't go make a YouTube channel to put out his story or go live or anything. He's never done that. He didn't ask to be thrown in the middle of this and to see Andy on the road and his life to be turned upside down either. Oh, I guess I wasn't seeing your guys' comments.
I think she very much likes the attention. Evidence.
Yeah.
She was at home and her child went missing because of her neglect. If she doesn't know who took or hurt or where the child went, that seems like evidence to be arrested. You would think so. But then we also have the Melody Buzzard case where Ashley hasn't been arrested and won't give information about where Melody is. There's some kind of law that needs to change with that.
So yeah, I did get really, really upset because I hope you guys understand why I got like that and got very crazy. Because this is not a fucking game. I'm tired of the games. If you guys have real questions, we will answer them. But don't sit here and use us as your little circus side acts, like for your channels, streamer shit, and sit there just to make fun of it. Or try to trick us to get us in your chat and on your panel. You guys know I don't watch this. I don't watch this stuff myself.
I don't think anybody, again, is trying to trick you to get you into their chat or into their panel. I think that people just have questions that they want answered. They want to ask you questions. They're trying to learn more information about the case and why it's Fred Hill's uncle's property that got searched. Could it be related to the fact that it's where Candace fished at? Abso-fucking-lutely. We don't know. All we know right now is that it's Fred Hill's uncle's place. It could be related either way, through Fred Hill or through the fact that Candace fished there. But if Candace passed a lie detector test, like everybody stated, and I'm sure at this point, 4.5 years later, she's taken one, and Fred's came back with no opinion, because I saw the paperwork for that myself the other day in the other live stream that we did, then people are going to look at Fred more.
Fred would not, if he got arrested, he won't be, Maggie. They would have done it by now. He was the key person that worked with police.
Because they want to have a dog and pony show with that person on their panel. Because they want to continue bringing in money, is my thoughts on that.
If he did, let's say if he was involved, yeah, I've already answered that question, Maggie, or moron. Maggie moron. Maggie moron.
Why are we calling Maggie moron? I wish I could see the chat, but I didn't get it. Oh, hold on. Maybe we can. Look at my dumb ass over here. Y'all can call me moron right now. There's the chat.
Yeah, and then when I say things about like, oh, I'm going to leave YouTube, or I'm going to take a break. Oh, I get people like legit mad at me for abandoning Summer. You guys can't have. Am I grifting or am I abandoning Summer? Which one should I pick?
Making fucking excuses? Hold on. I got to take the chat off. Let me know if y'all can read it.
Because either way I go, I'm screwed, right? I guess I will just do what I feel is the right thing. And I feel like putting out what we feel, or I feel like Fred's very important. I've told you guys last at the beginning, you know, he just happens to be my husband now.
He just happens to be your husband now, and y'all met because of this case, and you got with him after Summer disappeared and after you knew he was a suspect. I don't think so, ma'am. You don't get that option anymore. You know, you have to question that, Gemini.
Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling that's where so that's why maybe I came up there already on guard, because we already had a feeling. We were already talking before that live, like,
yeah,
you know, that we thought something was up, because we noticed that I don't know. I'm sorry.
True.
And then the only thing Benny can say is there and talk shit about the psychic stuff and me doing tarot. That's not what this is about, guys. We shouldn't have to sit here and make fun of people. What does that have to do with true crime? And, you know?
Wait a minute. Stop. Full stop. Isn't she the one doing tarot cards and reading? And she's over here saying that what does that have to do with true crime? Well, ma'am, why the fuck were you doing it? Yeah, name calling someone who was asking questions.
And getting answers. I don't want to be a part of it. Make fun of me on your channels and make fun of Fred on your channels. But we're not going to be a fucking part of it. We're not going to be on your panels just to sit there and make a mockery of it. Why would we do that?
Somebody said, I understand why you get upset. I don't see how you guys deal with it. Next time, just look at the source it's coming from.
Thank you, Lisa. And anybody who knows Paul, please let him know we have nothing to do with this tip whatsoever. I hope that they let him know that. I don't know. Or let him know the origin. They probably didn't say directly us. Yeah. I'm saying I hope they let him know like the origin and why they were there. Or they just tell him a tip. It was not us. When I say us, it was not Fred or me.
Yeah, fuck the logical questions. I'll never trust anyone.
Right, Annie?
Yep.
And you got, there's a reason why I don't do impromptu panels and stuff, like, because I do get upset on, when I feel like people are playing, like, using me as their little, or me or Fred as their ways to get views and cause drama and have a big, why? What's that? What good does that do? That does no good when it comes to Summer Wells. We've been trying to clear up things over here and telling people, come in here and ask us questions, message us. It's not about giving us views or clicks. You can message us.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
That's all I got to say to that. Yep. It's all very crazy. Whoa. Okay, let me hush. TBI either had a warrant or permission based on how many feds were there, probably a warrant. It sounded like an OP. It did, and they're not going to go that many motherfucking deep on somebody else's private fucking property unless they've got a warrant. And to get a warrant, they've got to have enough information for a judge to sign off and say, yes, you can go here, you can do this search. And a judge is not going to sign off on that unless there is good, credible information. Wait a minute. I'm not going to say anything. I need to. Am I having flashbacks? Maybe they have Fed's phone pings. Maybe. The rabbit holes are deep in this case, but the facts are very few. This much activity with multiple agencies involved is huge, in my opinion. Absolutely.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Summer Wells case, Michael Joseph Bond case, Sebastian Rogers case, they are very tight-lipped, as they should be. Melody Buzzard, very tight-lipped, as they should be. Unfortunately, that leaves us on YouTube nothing but speculation. And we speculate, and as long as you are presenting it as speculation, then I think that that's okay. It's okay to speculate as long as you say, this is my speculation. It is not fact. I did not see it somewhere. I wasn't there. I don't know. It's speculation, which is what we do here. I personally don't want an echo chamber. Some people do. Maybe like some people on screen. I don't know. That's just an allegation. But I don't like an echo chamber. So I think that it's important to also let people tell you their side, even if they starkly disagree with you. And I think it's important to share that, even if you're in a chat that you feel like you disagree with, because you never know who you could tell your side of something to and make them feel like they can get down with that. You might give them information that they didn't know beforehand. Hey, Mustang. But as a creator, it's also very important to look at all the questions that people have for you. Now, if they ask you questions like, did you fart today? Yeah, I'd probably be like, stop acting stupid. But if they're asking you legitimate questions about Fred, your involvement, his involvement, especially when there's a tip to this magnitude, 4.5 laters, that is directly correlated with Fred's family, I think that you should be respectful and answer all of the questions in chat. And if you want to come out here and tout that people can come to your chat and ask you any questions that they want to fucking ask, then you need to be ready for that and answer all the fucking questions. You wanted to create him. You wanted him for your circus act and your circus act only. So then do it. Do it, lady. No, I didn't. I like your name.
I know, and that's what I meant about that's why I said what I said. Okay? I don't know what he's doing. That's why I said it, because it's reminding me of his old self. That's why I said that, and I'm sorry that I said it like that. But it was a setup from the beginning, and they know it. And
I'm trying to be polite.
No, I don't think so, KCK. He was purposely, you didn't see his video and stuff that he was saying, like, and stuff he was insinuating. That's not true. He absolutely was. You see that video he posted about Fred laying there in his jacket and boots with a cute picture. I mean, you know, that's stuff like that. He had been making little things. This wasn't the first time that I've said something. I've talked privately to people for the last few days about why Benny's been acting like this. It's not just like something I noticed. But it's cool now. So I guess we talked out. I don't know. He obviously has something against me and Fred that I didn't know about. But I don't know. I think we're cool. I don't know how that shit ended like that with that. I don't know now. So either way, I'm cool. I don't care. I'm cool with them no matter what. I don't hold grudges or anything. I have more important things to focus my time on, and it's not going to be some kind of YouTube drama. So trust and believe I won't put much energy into it or thought. We just will not go on. Like I said, we're not going on people's panels. You guys can always message us or emails if you have a question. Fred would even respond probably in a voice message if you wanted it for a clip for your channel, but he's not going to go on your panel. And it's just shitty that people try to trick him to go up on a panel when he said a million times he doesn't want to go on panels. He doesn't want to do it.
Yep.
Can you fault the guy? It's either, you know, 1 second people are talking about inserting himself. The next second, oh, we can't get him on. He won't answer questions. He's here every day. He's here every day in the background. You guys ask him questions all the time.
No.
Thank you, Mimi. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on. Let me try to speed it ahead. She's still not back.
Sorry. I had to go use the bathroom and I was talking to, it says being back too.
She has.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy that he was back, I kind of was happy that Benny was back when he was. Because like he can make for an interesting chat but when we're like all upset and it just gets crazy. And the thing is, it's like immediately I knew that because that's what happens if I feel attacked or I feel like something's not right, I get like that. And that's why I was so upset, because I was feeling like that it was some kind of weird setup when it didn't need to be like that. I don't feel like it was paranoia. I feel like it was pretty obvious that was done on purpose.
I'm wondering that myself. I'm wondering, did she, I have to ask. Yes, you can send me an email, Infinite Possibilities. Ziggy, what's Fred's timeline for June 15th, 2021? That's all the majority of us have been asking for. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what at least she muted this time.
Yeah, bad crime stories. And it probably is somebody that's related to him. It totally could be somebody. Gosh, like I said, there is a lot. He has a lot of relatives. It could be. There has been. We've talked about we've talked about something like. I didn't want to mention people's names right now. I'm just kind of. We've mentioned other relatives of Paul, obviously, besides Fred. There's a few others that's been mentioned in this case. So.
I want to know where he took the car to.
Paul Hill and Fred Hill kind of sound the same. It's all of a sudden it's just like
Paul Hill is his uncle, though. Why are you pretending like he's not correlated or related to the case at all? That's Fred's uncle. She did break out the vacuum, or maybe just the dustbuster. You think she went to his house to get meth. Give these people something to go lab about. Mission accomplished. I'm pretty sure Ziggy's daughter has finished high school by now. I hope she's moved out. I hope so, too.
We're not going to think about any other relatives. We're just going to think about Fred. Fred had nothing to do with that tip. As far as calling it in, I wish we knew what it was about. I think, Moonshine Girl, I think Jinkies was saying something about a truck, hearing something about a truck buried. Right. It doesn't have, and now people are trying to, like, I just hate that they're trying to make this guy think that we called in the tip. Like, we have nothing to do with this tip. We told Earnie it was dangerous, and he knew that. And he's still fucking, that's what pissed me off. Fred told him how dangerous it was, and he did it anyways. But, once bit, twice shy, we both know how Earnie is. But, like, right, Robo Granny.
Okay. I think she tipped about the wrong Cody, and he retaliated by telling them about the uncle's property because there's something there. I want to know who called in the tip, and I want to know what's on the uncle's property. Me think thou dost protest too loudly.
Fred was just talking to him because Earnie was asking questions, and Fred was just talking to him about, like, who lived around there. And, he mentioned he talked about a certain person living around there, and Fred said, I don't want anything, to do with it. We never asked Earnie to put it out. He put it out on his own accord. We didn't ask Earnie to put it out. And Ernie's been on panel here too. He could come up on. He could have came up earlier and came in chat earlier, ask questions. No.
I mean, but why go over there? We don't know that you're not speaking for him. I don't know. And I feel like they would have been blocked anyway. Miss Thornton said, why are they so defensive about this tip? Like, they shouldn't be happy. They are looking for Summer again. I mean, it ain't the whole reason she's online looking for Summer turning in tips. It is. And yeah, you would think that they are happy about it. But the reason that they claim they're not is because everybody's looking at Fred now. Well, rightfully so. That's his fucking uncle. And now you're talking about how people could go pick up lumber from the yard and put money in a box on an honor system. And so it's open to the public. So I mean, it just feels like you're trying to set your story up so that if they do find something related to Summer, they don't automatically can say that Fred had something to do with it. And you're so fucking defensive that it seems like you're trying to cover up for something, in my opinion. It was something the boys finally felt comfortable enough to speak up to their new parents about, that they knew that they are superhero survivors. My prayers always goes out to them. If the boys spoke up about something that they knew out there, then they are superheroes. They're superheroes regardless, and boys have been through some things. Summer's brothers is who we're referencing. Ziggy's live on her psychic channel right now, and then she's on here saying that people shouldn't be out here doing psychic readings on true crime cases and things like that. Wow. Make it make fucking sense. I'm not hearing anything about the dog Summer. Wonder if she has that dog. So the dog that she got from the Wells is named Summer. Wow. It just keeps getting better and better. In my opinion, there's too many involved. It's best to keep quiet. We all love answers about Summer, but too much drama will only cause a lot to give up looking for those answers. Lord of
Aw,
mercy.
hey, Brooke.
Please try to
So
ignore
sweet.
Ernie. Hey, Ziggy, be strong. Love you. Ernie elevator doesn't go all the way to the top. It's stuck in the basement. Bless his heart. Lord of mercy. Fred friended you on Facebook. That's interesting.
It's like we don't have to, what is it? Why are people like trying and plotting and doing weird things to try to make people look certain ways? Like we shouldn't have to do that. If you're sitting there having to plot and stuff to try to set me or Fred up, like it's so crazy. I'm so tired of this shit.
It's not people trying to set you and Fred up. It's people wanting to ask Fred questions and you standing in the way. And the reason people want to ask questions is because it's his uncle's property.
It's like, what? I don't.
All right. Before we go for the day, because I do have to go, I wanted to show you a little bit of what he was saying. Now, he was live earlier. Hold on. Ernie was live earlier talking about this. Where is it? That's Ziggy right there. Lord have mercy. What is the name? Unlock your reality. Says Ziggy, are you sure? Streamed 3 hours ago. I'm going to share it. I'm only going to play a little bit of it because I do have to go for the day. But this is him this morning talking about the live. Here is the link in chat if you guys want to go check it out. Let's see.
Submit a tip now.
Hold on a minute.
Just literally like, oh, you know, there's a thing called it's Thanksgiving about it. We all about Thanksgiving. That's what we're doing. Yeah, Thanksgiving. But I believe the dinner bell has been rang. Who rang the dinner bell? Ziggy, Ziggy, Ziggy. Lord, I swear. You see, you can't, Ziggy, Ziggy, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Ziggy, you know, it just things, and I do appreciate the people who helped me with this. Thank you so much. I just, you see, today's Saturday, November 22nd, Ziggy. You just literally like, why submit a tip now, Ziggy? I mean, you know, it really does.
Why is she freaking out to this extent? Why is she submitting tips after the live last night? Why is she so fucking freaked out? Lord have mercy. It's really not even about her. She should just shut up since she wasn't there and doesn't know any of the people personally. They all hid this particular connection to the hills on Van Hill Road, and it's sus. Yep. Lori Ann, this is her right there. With all the boxes in the back. I look forward to replaying this video because I caught the beginning and the very end. Well, thank you for that. Of course. I've been saying all over the fishing hole of the culprit. Maybe the right person saw it, and I'm right with the most things I comment. On most things I comment. Maybe. We don't know.
Really don't look too
just in case you weren't here when I read it, it said people were asking the last time we sent a tip in. Well, today, the last time before this was December of 2024. Fred nor I had anything to do with the Van Hill tip and are completely speculating just like all of you. This current tip that I just sent in has nothing to do with the current search efforts or any of the people that have been mentioned in the last couple of days. Literally none of them. People were starting to get scared and are making stupid moves. Just know us, other people are watching and waiting.
It don't look too good. It really don't. I mean, you know, just it just doesn't. It don't look good. It don't look good. Wow. You know,
Yeah.
the world is definitely a freaking vampire, folks. You know, I've said this about this whole case.
Uh-oh.
And I was thinking, like, you know what? These people, Lord God Almighty. When I say, and I give it away, folks, I give it away. Rattle that cage. When you rattle that cage, and I want to thank everyone last night. We had 550 people in here. That was a great deal. That was a good deal. And yes, I got a lot of messages. Ernie, you were just playing around. You know what you're doing. Well, sometimes you have to play the fool. You have to play the fool sometimes to get along with everybody, right? And get it on. You got to get it on. You got to get it done. You see, Fred, you submitted that tip to the TBI. That's why they're all over looking everywhere, because it's just a big grift. And it's right here, proves it today. There's another tip. There's another tip. Look it.
So I think what he's saying is that this whole tip and everything was a big grift, a big way to get people looking at Ziggy's channel again and wanting to talk to them and ask them questions. Ziggy wasn't getting the information or views that she wanted, so they submitted this tip knowing that it was Fred's uncle and that nothing would be found, but that it would get out so that people would do exactly what we're doing now, saying, well, that's correlated to Fred, and we want to know more about Fred and talk about Ziggy and all of that. Now, I disagree because I think she's more freaking out about the tip. But he's saying that they submitted that tip and then she submitted another tip last night because they want attention drawn to Fred specifically so that they can bring people to their YouTube channels. I think that's what he means. You doubt that, actually. What do you think he means? If y'all think he means something else, please let me know because I could be taking it completely wrong.
That when you want to make somebody move, it ain't playing checkers, people. We're playing chess. We're playing chess.
I might. I hadn't heard
I
about
hope
that.
everyone liked the little demonstration last night. In the end, I held it out. You know, I'm fair. But when it comes to
Now, I'll let you know what I heard the first part of this, and I'm not going to play the whole thing because I really have to go. I got about 10 minutes left with y'all. He seems to be tooting his own horn a little bit here. I mean, and it is what it is. Some people do that. I'm listening regardless to what he has to say about it because he's one of the evidently pivotal players in the case as it pertains to YouTube creators, not specifically Summer Wells. I doubt what he said. I think TBI is smarter than to fall for Ziggy's manipulation. Right. I don't think I agree with it either because I feel like she wouldn't be so defensive if she called it in and it was an actual tip. Now, could she be? Yeah. Some people are fucking maniacal just like that to call in a tip to get attention on their channel for whatever reason and you know, get their views back up. Could that have happened? Yeah, could she could be that maniacal, but I just don't think so because she tends to be genuinely freaking out. He is his own biggest hype man. I will give it that. I will say that. Anonymous. In my opinion, I think Candace and Don know more than they say, and there's a bit of cautionary fear. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's more of like um Lord have mercy, Jack and Lily Sullivan, like their parents were slightly neglectful, but not all the way neglectful. You know what I mean? And I think it's more of a neglect thing they're trying to cover up for. I think he meant what you said, but I think he's trying to clean it up a little, so to speak. Okay, yeah. They hung up on her last time. Lord.
this missing child, you know, sometimes you just got to let that tiger go for the throat. Sometimes that tiger's got to come out and it's got to just take, because the fact of the matter is we're not playing for views. We're not playing for anything else but a life of a child, a missing child.
My intuition feels she was missing or was deceased before they called in. Enough time for them to cover it all up. It seems to be a pattern recently with kids not being reported for a long time. And that's true, but I think Summer was seen earlier that day by more people than just those on the property. The friend, that guy was there, that was laying in the bed with Candace or some shit. So I think Summer was seen that day.
Sometimes we got to put all that other bullshit behind us and go for what matters. Ziggy, I knew your hand would move. We already had planned that. And right now, why submit a tip now? What tip could you have submitted since last night? Wow.
You think cotton was
You
involved?
see,
See, that's a big thing for me too. What tip have you submitted since you came on and then very much regretted going on this panel? What happened last night that you felt like you needed to call the tip in for? Last night, 4.5 years later, right after Paul Hill's property gets searched, Fred Hill's uncle, and you come on here and you're acting an ass and then you apologize profusely and then make a whole live stream to drag him?
it's not rocket science, folks, but it does take a little bit of common sense. You can have all the book smart sense
Does
you
he?
want, but if you ain't got that common sense, sometimes you just left out in the cold.
You do need common sense.
You see, Ziggy, you don't know who I am,
Oh, wow.
and you damn sure don't know what I am. None of you do, and I've said that since the beginning. But you're getting ready to find out. It's a fact. Now, we've seen how these
Funny,
communities,
Abraham.
it is. And Ziggy,
Yeah.
oh, Lord, you know, there's a thing called calming down before you run into the fire. You got to put your gear on, Ziggy. You can't just go into the fire without your protective gear on. And that's what you did, Ziggy. You run right straight into it. And it's not you, Ziggy. And I hate to say this because I got to know Fred. I got to know Fred a little bit. Fred.
So it's important to know that cotton was found deceased on some trail, and it was a trail that Fred had allegedly called in and said that at a park. We were talking about it the other day in the lab. There was some park where Fred said you should look here, and then later, or come to find out, that's where this guy Cotton was found deceased, right off of the trail close to a cliff, but not off the cliff. I think. She is seen, but is she alive? Yeah, a lot of people think she wasn't. A lot of people think that's why she was on the milk jugs. I think she was alive, but nurses in my chat have said she don't look like she's alive. So I genuinely, nobody knows until we find her.
We all know who's playing and who's pulling those strings. I don't have a thing
Exactly.
against you, but look at it from our point of view. All of a
Exactly,
sudden,
because as I've said, in order to get the warrant to go out there, a judge had to sign off, and a judge is not going to sign off because a YouTuber called in and said, maybe you should look over here. There's got to be definitive evidence for a judge to sign and say, yes, I'm going to give you permission to go raid this property, even though they could file a lawsuit against us, because I feel like you've got enough evidence. There's got to be something big. And allegedly, from what people have told me in my chat, they found something and they've sent it to the lab. An outsider came into the house and took the child. There would be some sort of evidence because they wouldn't be familiar with the area. It's got to be someone familiar with the area to get in and out unseen. And I'm thinking that if Summer was outside that day, maybe she walked over to Fred's and Fred grabbed her. You don't have to look at it today, just when you get time. I'm here chatting, but not as much. I just don't know what to say or think of any of these cases anymore. Thank you. Well, thank you for the email, Infinite, and it's good to see you. I love your name, Infinite Possibilities. She had pink lips. What nurse? Well, they said she looked like there was bruising and stuff, but yeah, her lips weren't blue. That was one thing we pointed out, that her lips weren't blue. But I mean, there's a lot of things. Not everybody's lips turn blue automatically. She looked like she was alive to me. Some people think she doesn't. I mean, it's just like everything. People think that she in everything. Some people think one way, some people think another way. Mind you, Paul Hill has a lot of pictures with children riding mules, and he's a pastor, has an RV. Maybe he took her to another state to save her. I mean, I'm open to speculation. I don't know. I don't think Paul Hill's personally involved, even though it was his property, but that's just me. I respect your opinion.
a new tip is submitted. You can call it how you want to. You can take a pig. You can put the prettiest dress. You can go buy a $3,000 dress for that pig. You can buy the most expensive foundation, makeup, the prettiest lipstick. Oh God, we can have the best designers in the world decorate that pig. But in the end, a pig is still a pig. It don't matter how nice you decorate that pig. You can make that pig, you can bath that pig, you can put the best of all the perfumes on that pig. He can walk in and smell like a French whorehouse of some sort, but let me tell you.
Yeah, a pig's still a pig. I agree. I'm going to skip it ahead a little bit because I got to go in about 5 minutes.
And what its nature is. You see, that's the same thing with child predators. That's the same thing with these people, child traffickers. That's the same thing these people do. They go back to the mud. If someone could design me a pretty license, I'm pretty sure the AI, if we could get like a little pig or something and put some like little makeup on it, a nice little dress. I mean, I want it. I want this pig. I want a picture of a
Who's
pig. I
David
want a
and
pig
Robin?
with a little dress on it, some makeup on it. Maybe put some eyelashes or some shit on it. Put a little bow in its head. Make it, put a little bow in its head. Decorate it. Hell, put earrings in its ear. I want a pretty pig, folks. I want to show you something.
Interesting.
Because it don't matter what you do to that pig. You can spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on that pig. When that pig gets free, Fred, listen to what I'm saying. Free. It runs back to the mud. It runs to the mud. Oink, oink, baby. Ziggy, you're not too far from that pig. As a matter of fact, if you listen closely and you tilt your head up,
yes,
it might take you a little bit to get your head tilted, and turn to the side and raise that little ear, you can hear oink, oink. You can hear it. I can hear it right now. The people hear it, folks. The people hear it. The people hear it. Now, since that tip's been submitted.
He is. He's tooting his old horse.
You know what?
David and Robin from
let me
church.
tell you who we had in here last night. We had Andy in here. We had Jody Sue in here. Good God Almighty. We had Ziggy in here. We had Fred in here. We had about every single YouTube creator in here last night. Good God. We had the majority. We had Candace watching in here last night. We had the majority, probably Don. We had the majority of all the suspects in here last night. Ain't that wild? Holy hell. You notice something? When JLR or Justice for All, when they go live, when Justice goes live, they don't come over there. So I know I hit a nerve. I know I hit a nerve. We hit a nerve. That rotation. I'm telling you what.
I mean, that's what people do. I mean, yeah, you hit a nerve and you got them talking, which is a good thing. I just, not so much on the tooting your own horn, but I have respect for you nonetheless.
I tell you what. Ain't that wild? Lord God. I got so many emails last night. Ernie, we thank you for coming back. It ain't me, guys. It's you. It's you, the people. I give credit to God for letting me live that wreck. God showed me that he said, son, I'm not done with you yet. You're going to die. You're not going to die here. I was coughing blood up, spitting blood, internal injuries.
Me too.
Broken ribs, destroyed. And he showed me through a little cross that I had made while I was incarcerated. A little black garbage bag that was turned into a cross. Pitch black. I stuck in 2 trees, van crushed, my ribs crushed, the steering wheel had me pinned. The material I was hauling in the vehicle was crushing me. And I looked at that cross. When I looked at that cross, it was glowing white and blue.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to tell you right now, folks, a garbage bag does not glow. And that's my testimony. When I seen that, I felt so much peace. And that van tilted and all that stuff come up off me. As it tilted, it fell back.
True.
And everything rolled back, unpinning me from the steering wheel. Go look at the pictures of that vehicle. As a matter of fact, I have them. You tell me how I walked away. That was on August the 23rd. And here
I'm glad that he was saved from that and he's okay. I know I've said it once before, but y'all might not have been here. When Mr. Speculating and I first got together, he was going to work and you have to get on like the main highway, and he was taking his exit from work, following behind this white work van. And that van, he thinks the driver fell asleep for just a second. That van went off the road, off of the exit ramp, and hit trees. And Mr. Speculating was right behind him. And he saw it, and he immediately went and tried to help the guy. Somebody else pulled up behind him right after, and Mr. Speculating hollered for them to call 911, or he called 911. I can't remember, but he saw the man. It was a van. It was like one of them work vans that has like the metal things, it's got like the seats in the front, and then there's 2 metal like wall things, and then in the back it was slammed full of stuff, paint, 5-gallon paint buckets and tools and all kinds of shit like that. When he hit the tree, all the shit that was in the back came forward, knocked that metal thing down, and was pushing this man up against the steering wheel. And Mr. Speculating, I mean, adrenaline kicks in. They say that people have picked cars up off of people. He's jerking shit, trying to get it out, pull it back. He ran to the back of the truck and was like pulling shit out and throwing it everywhere. And the ambulance got there, and he was hollering for them to do something, save him, whatever. And they were like, we can't, there's nothing we could do. He couldn't get a breath in because he was pinned so hard against the steering wheel. And Mr. Speculating held his hand, and they weren't able to save him, and it fucked him up. And so crashes like that are real, real bad. And I'm glad that he was okay. That changed Mr. Speculating's life. It was horrible.
I am now. I had a rollator. I couldn't even walk. The doctors and everything, I laid there. They took me from the hospital, took me to another hospital, flew me out to another hospital.
His hands were all cut up and all that. It was horrible. All right, I'm going to copy this live and I'm going to drop it in chat. It's called Ziggy, Are You Sure? I haven't even listened to all of it. I'm probably going to try to. And the channel again is Unlock Your Reality. Before we go, I did just get an email about this, and they were asking for prayers for everybody involved. I'm going to read this to you and ask that you please keep this family in your prayers. And it reads, 4-year-old girl fatally hit by a school bus and identified, no charges for the driver. It reads, a 4-year-old girl who was fatally hit by a school bus in upstate New York has been identified. Leanna Herrera of Jamestown, New York, was named Tuesday by Jamestown police as the child who was struck by a Panama Central School District bus. The incident occurred on Monday morning around 8:10 a.m. at the intersection of Cole Avenue and White Hill Avenue outside of Milton J. Fletcher Elementary School in Jamestown. Herrera was taken to UPMC Chautauqua at WCA Hospital, where she died from her injuries. Police told the news they are still investigating the incident and all parties involved are cooperating. No charges have been filed for the driver. The child was struck by a Panama Central School District bus, which was in the process of dropping off another out-of-district student, police said. There was one student on the bus along with the driver at the time of the incident, and neither was injured. According to the news, the area is known to be busy in the morning with children walking around getting ready for school. Police have not said if Herrera was walking in the crosswalk when she was hit. Some parents told both Buffalo TV stations that more crossing guards or other charges are needed to ensure children's safety. Other changes are needed to ensure children's safety. I apologize. My eyes are watery right now. Jamestown Deputy Police Chief Scott Forrester told the news that crossing guards are hired by the police department but paid by the Jamestown City School District. Quote, there's a lot of kids that go back and forth across the street using the crosswalk and getting to and from school. So as far as having a lot of accidents there, we have not. We've always assessed potentially hiring additional cross guards. To be honest, this is the first school year in a long time that we've had crossing guards for every elementary school. So for us, it has always been a struggle to get one for each school. But that is something that could be looked at. We assess that all the time. We have the most crossing guards now that we've ever had, unquote, said Forrester. The person who emailed this to me stated, let me pull it back up because I closed out of my email. Hold on. They said, I don't know if I'm allowed to or not, but I just wanted to see if I could ask for a prayer request for a family in town. I live in Jamestown, New York. The family of Leanna Herrera, a 4-year-old where I live, that was in a freak accident Monday morning and hit and killed by a school bus after her dad took her up to the school with her 2 older brothers. She darted back across the road because she forgot to give her father a hug, and the bus didn't have time to stop or might not have even seen her. The father witnessed the whole thing, and as a community, we were shaken to our cores. Thank you so much. So sad. And then to hear, that's why I wanted to read it, to hear that she was going back across the street to give her father a hug is just even more heartbreaking. Of course. Of course. Thank you guys for keeping that family in your prayers. Please also continue to pray for all of these cases that we discuss. I know only 4 years. Oh my God. Lord, lift this family, this driver, and all the children and people involved, and you just cover them in peace as we enter into this holiday. Amen. It's awful. At a ferry terminal here in British Columbia, a truck full of hot asphalt lost its brakes on a hill and hit a vehicle. Oh my God, a woman was covered in asphalt. Nothing could be done. People watched helpless. I cannot imagine. God almighty, I can't imagine that either. Jesus. Lord have mercy. That shit is, oh God. all of this, it's just, my God, we just need to keep praying. It is awful. I want to thank you guys for being here with me today. Thank you for listening to this as we went through it. We will continue to try to learn more about Fred Hill and the situation. I'm sure it will be developing over the weekend. And I'm going to keep up on this case as I do with all the other ones. I will not be back tomorrow because it is Sunday. Sometimes I'll come on Sunday if Mr. Speculating's working out of town, but he's not this Sunday. So, and I need to get packed up. We're supposed to be moving in about 2 weeks. So, I will see y'all again Monday. Abella said yes, horrible. She was just waiting for her ferry, minding her own business. God almighty. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thank you guys so much. I could sit here and talk to myself all day, but I would be nothing without each and every one of you. If you have not hit the thumbs up, please twinkle, twinkle over to the thumbs up. Thank you so much with every fiber of my being for hanging out with me today, for the support, for the love, for the prayers. You guys are so amazing, and I am so blessed, and I am so privileged and blessed. I'm so privileged and blessed to be able to hang out with you guys daily. And I love that we can speculate together. We're respectful of everybody else's opinions. Oh, thank you, Abraham. It's a mess. I don't know if you'd want to. Take your turkeys out. Yes, take your turkeys out. I will see y'all again on Monday. Y'all stay safe out there so you can come back on Monday and we can talk again. And like I said, I'm sure there's going to be more to talk about. Until Monday, stay safe. See you then. Know that you are enough, you are important, you are special, and you are loved. And I'll see y'all Monday. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems? Pull me out of this place in the middle, nothing more to embrace in the middle, If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I Take me up into the mountains, send me off into the wild. Misery is still a path I would choose if the alternatives are worse.
I don't know why it stopped, but I'll just end it here. Thank you guys. Don't forget to take your turkeys out. I'll see you Monday. Bye.